Let's wait a little bit. My student must get into now. It's too bad. She's Fabiana. Well, let's wait a little bit. She's coming, I think. I'll be back. Well, until this point, Fabiana and Maya is not attending, but it's not my business. I'm gonna wait. That's all. And maybe she's attending, maybe she's not. It's not my business. So let's wait a little bit. I'll be back as soon as a student gets into the workshop. There is no reason from Fabiana because he's not attending. So let's wait. I'm gonna come back as soon as the next student gets in. So see you in a few minutes. I'll be back. Okay, Fabiana's time is over. Now is the time of yes, she's here. Hi, good afternoon. Oops, okay. Hi, Anna, how are you? How was your day? Everything okay?
Yes, I was running errands all day, but it's good.
Okay, I cannot hear you so clear. Is there with? No, I think it's with interference. I cannot hear you so well. Is that possible to correct it? There's a strange sound. No.
Not better. Just let me disconnect and reconnect. Or maybe if I set down equal, the sound will be.
No, it's too low at this point. And it's not so. There's not a good audio.
Now?
A little better. Let me try to change from my device. Maybe it's here the trouble too. Give me a second.
Okay, sure, thank you. I already switched to my data. I'm not using Wi-Fi. Actually, what happens is I'm in Fuji. I arrived this morning. Oh, you seem to be connected on 2 devices.
Okay, now can you listen to me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Okay, here in my camera.
Yes, it seems like you're double. You're logged in twice.
Wow.
Yeah, I have Edie Garcia Jimenez as host, and then I have Edie Roxana Garcia Jimenez. And like when you're host, you have a penguin profile picture, and when you are to Roxana, you have just a blue profile picture with your initials, like all your bar.
Okay, now can you listen to me now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn on my microphone. One of these devices is my cell phone, the other one is my laptop, so don't worry about it.
Okay, I was like, maybe that's the reason.
In the workshop because I share screen from both of them, and it's easier for me working. So that's
okay. It's fine for me. I can listen to perfectly, and I can see you. I can see your penguin. So don't worry.
Yes, my penguins are here, and well, I just broke my cell phone, and I'm without camera too in the device. So I have many situations, technological devices, but let's work on this. We can do it.
Okay.
So from yesterday, we had a lesson. Now going to the photo.
I'm with my kid and he was asking for the hours. Yes, I got through the lesson.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got through it. I have only like you thought doubts about pronunciation, like Synoval. Is it Synoval?
No, synovial. Synovial or synovial. Yes, it's similar than in Spanish. Can you watch my screen, right?
Yes, I'm watching.
Okay, let me see.
So it's synovia. It's at the beginning, like the first. No, bones. I'm sorry. It's in the part of bones.
For example, here, synovial membrane, right?
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Yes, this sound is synovial, similar to Spanish.
Synovial. Okay,
Yeah.
so just
Synovial fluid, synovial membrane. That's enough.
okay. And then what's hemophilia? And on the next slide, I think, 2 slides
Okay.
after that
The,
one, I have
this,
bone marrow.
okay.
That one. 6, 2.
The
So
one
bone
oral
marrow,
hematopoietic?
hematopoietic. Okay, so when I have OIE, it will be Y, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the membrane, the red one that is here where
Yes,
red blood cells are growing up.
right. Okay.
That's in a specific kind of tissue. So just an anatomical review. There's not a point
Okay.
of view for your career. Maybe could be necessarily if you are in translation, but I don't think it's going to that specific point.
It could be if I'm doing like translation of a document or a certification or a diagnosis. Like we saw here the angiography or the result of the test we get done.
You can
Maybe on that
take a
case.
sample of hematopoietic tissue. Could be in
Okay.
that situation, maybe. When we talk
Yeah,
about
maybe.
the transplant, about organs in leukemia, could be a
Yeah,
sample
okay.
of hematopoietic tissue for studies, for lab tests, could be. But
Okay.
that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, some of the names and everything. I'm just going through. Some of them are very familiar because they are kind of in Spanish and whatever. Or I've heard of. What happened is I have a lot of family members that
Okay.
are part of medicine. So I like my father-in-law. He is an anesthesiologist. So we
Okay.
have very interesting conversations about what he does at work and everything. And then I had my dad he got sick from cancer. He got lung cancer. So we had to read a lot about it. And most part of the articles that we had been reading about, they were in English because he was doing a treatment in Ohio, Kittering Center, I think it was. So I had to read a lot. So some of the terms in here are very familiar to me because he had lung cancer in stage 4, and we realized he was sick because what's the name of the nerve that goes in the back of the glutes, sciatica. The sciatic nerve was very swollen. So that's how we found out that actually what was happening is that he did metastasis to his bone, and he had metastasis on his his vertebral column. So that's how we see that, and that's why I'm familiar with some of the things.
Okay, that's great. You got an idea, and it's a good point of working on. It's a good chance for improving this and catching vocabulary as much as you can.
Okay. Yesterday, when we were having class, I remembered my kid, the one you saw, he just broke his left arm. Yes, he did. No, not his arm, his wrist. And then I was familiar with the terms that you said, like reducing, and then the union, and then the splint, and the fixation he had, because he had a cast for over a month. So it was kind of funny having a 6-year-old running around with a cast.
Okay, perfect. That's a good. You have a point of starting this, and everything is not as new as we were thinking at the beginning. So it could be easier for you to catch the most of the whole ideas, I think.
Actually, it's funnier because I'm like, oh, I understand that. Oh, yeah, good.
Yes, it's a new way of talking, I think, and it's nice. It's great.
It's good. It's good, but it means it doesn't. It serves me for studying. I need to study because there are some things that I'm looking at.
Okay, great. So let me see. These structures, for example, X-rays, chest X-rays, the fractures.
Let me ask you that. Is the green stick? Green
the green stick.
Is that the fractura de botón that we call in Spanish?
No,
the one that you like. You don't have an actual fracture, like you don't see the line, but you see a white point. That's what he had. So he had the maneuvers done for him, and he was sedated by my father-in-law.
No, it's not the same. The green stick
It's not
is
the
in
same,
kids.
okay.
It's usually in kids because the bone is flexible, or
Okay.
of course more flexible than in adults, and it's an incomplete fracture, just the half of the bone, and they get almost placed. Is in Spanish, en tallo verde. When you try to break a plant, you can see it bends, and just one of the faces gets broken and the other one's bent, right?
Yes.
It's the same. This kind of fracture in kids.
Oh.
The same, just for kids from 2 or 3 years and 11 or 12 maybe, no more than that, because they are flexible, they are younger, they are easy to recover, so it's easy to recognize. Very, very, very common in pets.
Is it kind of like the fontanella they have on their head?
Yeah.
Like in a period of time that's like flexible, that's like breathing. They look like a whale.
Yes.
And then the bone gets like harder, right?
Yes. Well, actually, the fontanella, okay, here is a membrane. You can see in the picture.
Exactly. Yeah.
This membrane, as soon as the baby is growing up, bones are growing up too, and then get closer and closer until touching each other and getting this space full. I mean,
okay.
So around the 9 to 10 months, it has to be closed, or maybe 1 year, no more than that.
No more than that. Otherwise, it means that you need a consultation with the neurologist, would be, or a traumatologist.
I'm sorry, I cannot listen to you very clear. This question. Can you repeat?
I was telling you at that point, like if you have I don't know, an 18-month baby that hasn't closed his fontanelle, is it necessary to go to the neurologist, the pediatric neurologist?
Well, when the baby, when a newborn is received, we could say the delivery, one of the first points we have to check at the first evaluation is the spot, the soft spots, the fontanella. If there is something wrong in the fontanella, we have to check genetic defects in cartilage. We have to check genetic defects in lots of parts of the body and organs, because it's showing us that collagen is not working. It's a very difficult situation. And it's a situation usually. It's not an structure that is watched during the ultrasound in the prenatal control. So while born, we can catch.
So that's like a source of information for pediatric neonatologists.
Yeah, neonatologists have the key of this, but during practice, I had the chance to attend deliveries in ambulance, on the streets. My life is very crazy about my career, about my medical experience. Even in elevator, I had a baby, and one of these babies was with defects in joints that were extremely flexible. So that kind of.
He was hypotonic?
No. Hypotonic is when the muscles are without strength, could be said. There is not enough strength for moving or catching the normal position. When you have a cartilage defect, genetical defect, the cartilage is so soft, and this structure is not able for moving. So it's very, very difficult to control this, because the baby needs physiotherapy from the beginning, and usually the long life is not too much. They usually die soon. Yeah.
Does it hurt? Like, because how can you tell a baby what
there is no pain. There is no pain, but there is not a possibility of breathing, of moving, or doing something like that. They are just for staying in bed and waiting for the moment for dying.
Oh my God!
They have to use mechanical breathing. Yes, mechanical breathing is of course necessary, because you use your articulations for breathing, not just your organs.
Oh my God!
It's not a nice situation. When I found this baby, I was getting mad, because I said, "What's going on with me? I'm so unlucky." Well, unlucky because you see many sad situations. But the fortune, my colleague says, because it's not a common clinical case.
Yes.
But
And you
imagine
have,
to
like,
receive a baby that is acting like jelly and it's without
sure,
the possibility of moving. It's not easy to stand that.
it's hard. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not.
When you try
It's
to
not.
place the baby and the baby moves to every place without a normal structure, you said, what
Imagine changing a
this one?
diaper.
Yes, and you need lots of genetical studies that here in Bolivia are not allowed. So you have to be so
Sure.
clear on the information and take the correct decisions for not letting this baby die in your hands at the moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, patience, that's a point of view of a fact during the career, so we have to take it in account.
That's what we said. Like, you said that we were going to see, right? We were going to see how to deliver bad news to patients.
I'm sorry, we're going to see.
And how to deliver bad news to patients. Like,
Yes,
not
we
good
have
results.
a special class about talking gynecology and obstetrics. Then we're going to
Okay.
check the general.
Well, actually, in
view.
any area of medicine, right? It's how you
Yes,
tell a patient that he has, I don't know.
yes,
Okay,
almost all of the
wonderful.
years are taken in account for taking the most important vocabulary, I think. Okay.
Great. Okay. Okay. I think that's it because I have
Yes,
my
time's up, my
assignment,
dear.
my
Yeah.
notes. Thank you. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
you're welcome. And so let's do this. While finishing the workshop, I'm going to send the homework file to the group, WhatsApp group. Okay.
Okay. Okay,
So
that
let's
sounds great. And we
do it
have how many days to deliver?
until Sunday midnight. You have the instructions
Sunday.
there until Sunday midnight. You have to send me back the answers.
Ah, okay. We have to send it both in a picture and handwritten, right?
Yes, you make the handwriting and send me a picture.
Mhm.
It's better if it's a PDF.
Ah, okay. Yes. Yes, you asked for that. Okay. Okay. I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay,
If there's
bye.
anything, I'll write you. Bye.
Okay, any question,
Thank you.
it's available.
Okay. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Hi, Gilda. Can you listen to me?
Yes, teacher. Hi. Good evening.
I'm sorry, Anna is not a doctor, so it's not possible sometimes to avoid information with her. She's a translator. Maybe she needs more details while talking. I'm sorry for taking time from your space.
It's okay, teacher. No, don't worry.
Okay, dear. From the class of yesterday, do you have any questions, something you would like to talk about?
Yes, teacher. I have some questions. The first question is about the 14th slide, describing
Okay.
problems.
Okay, let me go to the slide and it's going to be easier. This one, describing problems.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what does CO mean.
What does what?
CO, the
CO.
abbreviation.
This
Yes.
is abbreviation. It's the same. CO, complaining of.
Complaining of.
Yes.
Okay.
When we write down in English the information from the patient in the clinical report, we don't use complete terms like this because we don't have enough time to do it. And it's like, no, it's a good idea to write down always the same expressions. That's why in English, just in English, we use abbreviations like this. The first one of the most important, is the C/O, the CO, complaining of. We are going to start writing down the next week because we have some details to start checking in the next classes. But this is one of the most important abbreviations we must remember all the time. And we must try to use this in order to write properly. So C/O, complaining of. Instead of writing down all the sentence, you have more time C/O and the principal symptom, the principal complaint of the patient.
Okay, teacher. It's clear now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So you can see Mr. Gomez was admitted complaining of chest pain. When you go to the case report, you just said Mr. Gomez admitted C/O chest pain, like this. You are making a brief, very brief resume with the information. So you are not missing and wasting time writing and writing and writing in the way we do in Spanish. In Spanish, you write too much, and that's not correct in English. In Spanish, you have to argue, you have to give details, you have to write down as much as you can about the situation, right?
Yes.
But in English is different. You only go to the point, you only explain the details, you are focused about the case, and that's all. Because you have a small space and a specific data to write down. It's very different. And you're gonna see it's easier. It's very practical.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead.
About the next slide, presentation,
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
Chapter.
Yeah.
Okay. Why in past? Well, when we talk about a patient, when we explain to a colleague, to a superior, to anybody about a situation, you are not evaluating the patient at that moment, right?
Yes.
Did your evaluation previously, and now you are giving a speech about the situation you saw in past, right? That's why the presentation of the case always has to be in past. You have some ways to use to express, to give the ideas. For example, the presenting symptom, you can say this. His presenting symptom or the patient presenting symptom was chest pain. You can see it's like presenting symptom could be acting like a noun, we can say. Or we can say just in past, he presented to the GP, to the general practitioner, with chest pain. He went to see the doctor because he had chest pain. Everything in past because at the moment the patient is not next to you.
Okay, teacher.
You could talk in present if you are at the moment making the evaluation. If there is no the situation, no, there is no possible to talk in that order.
Yeah, yes, teacher. I have one question. When we introduce a patient, we use only medical terms or
Yes, you don't describe the patient's chronological history, the expressions of the patient.
okay.
That's why I was telling you this yesterday. Patient can tell you this explanation so long, but when you explain the case, when you present your case, your situation, or you write down your report, you just talk in medical terminology.
Okay.
Patients can come to you and tell you, I feel unwell because my appetite is poor and my emotions are hard. You have to write down complaining of malaise, anorexia, and constipation. That's enough. You don't need to round information. You don't need to use the expression of the patient. That's the biggest difference we have at this point. And that's the biggest problem we have to solve during the module 1 for not thinking in Spanish, just thinking in English in order to solve all the combining ways of talking could be said. Don't worry, you are going to catch the idea.
Yeah. Okay, teacher. About fractures, I have one question more.
Okay, don't worry. Here.
What is the difference between pathological fracture and stress fracture?
Okay, when you have osteoporosis, for example,
Yeah.
and you fall down on the street, and then you get a hip fracture, that's a pathological fracture because your bone is not, it's not saying it's diseased, right?
Yeah.
You have a situation when your bones are extremely fragile. Your bones are insane, yeah, are diseased.
Yes.
And then they get broken easily. And stress fracture is in a bone when you work so hard, extremely hard, without taking care on the structure or without enough practice or the correct position could be. And because of the excess of the strength or the effort, the bone gets broken. For example, in elderlies, in our grandpas, grandmas, they go to a run, I don't know, a distance marching or running, and then while walking and walking and walking without taking care or making too much strength or not having the correct shoes, they can get a fracture like this one on the phalanges. This is very common, and we usually confuse this fracture with another kind of pathology, just in pain, but there is no pain. There's a fracture that needs a cast. Or maybe a splint, it depends on the situation. So we know if you use too much strength in a bone that it's not as prepared as it has to be, it's gonna be broken at the end, right?
Yes.
That's the difference, pathological fracture and a pathological previous situation. For example, in Pott's disease, do you remember the Pott's disease?
Yes.
If you have a back fall down while the treatment and you get the spine broken, you get this same structure, the same imagine. I had a patient like that while I was at the college, and because that patient had Pott's disease for too much years, under control, taking care, of course, but an accident happens without giving us an alert. And that diseased bone had this situation.
Yes.
That's the difference. Is that clear now?
Yes, teacher, thank you.
Perfect.
And about cast and splint,
Yeah.
I look for the meaning, but I don't know what is.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have this, the splint. Here we are used to made it with wood and tela adhesiva. I don't know how to say that. Oh, I have to look for that.
Yes.
Is that device that we prepare in order to immobilize temporarily the structure. Could be used for fractures, could be used for another kind of lesions on joints and bones. Maybe we are working on an ambulance and we assist a patient on the street because he fell down because he has a fracture. We can create a splint with boxes of carton, wooden boxes maybe, or another structures just for immobilizing temporarily. Right?
Yes.
On the other hand, a cast is like this. It's hard. When you try to take it out, you have to cut the structure because it's evolving all the structure. It's not just a part of this. You have splints like this that have just superficial way to be placed, but you have splints that are done with the same material as the cast. So you have bandages that are evolving the partial cast, and then you cut the bandage and everything is over. With the full cast, the correct cast, it's evolving all the structure, and you use when you need to cut this. The cast has to be done. It's better if it's done by a specialist, a traumatologist could be. And for taking it out, we use a blade or so to be removed. Do you remember when we were studying traumatology, we had the opportunity to take out some casts. We used to go with an electronic saw and cut the cast to all of the structure. and then break it and take it out. Did you have that experience maybe?
Yes.
So the cast is full, is involving everything,
Yeah.
and the splint is partial. Could be the half of the cast in one place of the arm, for example, or let me open my video. Let me see. Can you watch me?
Yes.
Okay. For example, you have a broken forearm and you use just a splint. The splint is on this face, right?
Yes.
Then with a bandage, you fix the splint. When everything is recovered, you cut the bandage and take it out completely, right?
Yes.
But with a cast, you have everything evolved and you have to use the saw, the blade, anything to cut the cast by 2 or 3 phases, and they breaking down it, you can take it out.
Yes. Yes,
Now,
teacher. Thank you.
now you catch the difference?
Yes, teacher. It's
Okay,
clear.
perfect. It's well done, yeah. It works, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's all, teacher.
Okay, do you have any question? Something more?
No, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. So let me send you the pool for attendance. I think
Okay.
your classmate is coming. Can you watch the pool now?
Not yet, teacher.
Okay. Okay, now can you watch it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, teacher.
Okay, no, thank you for your attendance. Thanks for being on time. And tonight, while finishing the workshop at the end of this, around midnight, I'm gonna send the homework file to the WhatsApp group, okay?
Okay, teacher. Thank you.
In this file are the guidelines and the deadline, of course, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so keep on working, and any question you have about homework, you can send me a message. That's okay.
WhatsApp? For WhatsApp, it's okay? Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Everything
Okay.
for WhatsApp, it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better.
Sometimes I take a little bit of answering, but I always answer. So don't
Okay,
worry.
teacher. Thank you,
So,
teacher.
okay, see you Monday, dear.
See you, teacher. Bye.
Bye. Have a nice weekend. Okay, Jill is done. And Maria Tatiana Dugarte, she's the next one. She told me she was traveling because had an emergency. Dugarte, yes. And she's not attending. So let's wait for the next student. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Good night, teacher.
Hi, Vanessa, can you listen to me? Hi. Hi, Vanessa. Well, you are without microphone. Okay, you're there. Hi, can you listen to me now? Oops, I'm sorry, I cannot listen to you. Give me a second. Okay, let's try again. Can you listen to me now? Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. It says that you are with microphone. Not clear. It's with cuts.
And now?
Now I can hear you. Well,
Okay.
I just realized you came a little bit earlier. I'm sorry. I'm
Don't worry.
running. I'm
Don't worry.
becoming mad because I'm taking care of my babies and taking the workshop.
No,
So I'm very
don't
rude
worry.
because of the special.
Don't worry. I just was watching the final period of the streaming on YouTube, and I heard that my classmate wasn't going to be able to make it, so that's why I came earlier.
Okay. No, don't worry. Thank you. I will try to take attention to my cell phone earlier because, well, I didn't expect it to happen.
Don't worry, teacher. It was just in case if it was possible. So, but I didn't wait too much. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. So according to that, yeah. Let me know from yesterday. Well, we had a class with grammar tips, lots of grammar tips, and the first anatomical reviews, serious anatomical reviews, I mean. Do you have any questions from them?
Sorry, teacher. I think my internet is not too.
Oh, I cannot hear you again.
I see. I think it's my internet connection. I'm with the mobile data.
Okay, could be. Could be.
Yeah.
Where are you now at this moment? Are you on the street?
Yes, teacher. I was with my mom, and I stopped by in the street for the for the workshop.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for your interest on this.
Thanks to you, teacher.
So let's see. Let me repeat you the idea. Yesterday we had a class with lots of grammar details and the first specific topics with serious anatomical details and, well, details from medicine, of course. Do you have any question you would like to check again? A detail maybe?
Yes, teacher. One of my questions was in, I think it's slide number 6, where we present the clinic history, and there are 3 forms of presented, and my doubt was when we can use that every way that is in the slide. I think there are 3.
Yes. Somebody is calling you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my mom. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm gonna do silent.
Okay. Okay. No, don't worry. These 3 ways, well, first of all of them has to be in past.
Oh,
Okay.
that was my question, because I think one verb is in present continuous. Could be it says presenting.
Yes, it's in present continuous, but has a verb in past. Give me
Okay.
a second. I'm gonna share the screen in a minute because my son is coming back to take care of the babies, my oldest guy. So
Oh.
yeah, I need help to do it. Today I have 2 babies. One has 1, the other one has 2, so they are so small.
Yeah.
Okay, about presenting the patient, you have to consider this when you evaluate your patient. you take your decisions, take the diagnosis and everything. You cannot just watch the patient and send your report. Sometimes we have to share the information with a supervisor, with our professor, or maybe a colleague, or I don't know. There is a situation that always we talk about that clinical case, right? When you talk about the clinical case, you don't refer in present because the patient at the moment is not with you. You evaluate in past. That's why you have to talk in past. When I evaluate or I evaluated a case or my patient presented, because at the moment you made the evaluation, that was that complaint. Maybe at this moment you go back because the patient has a treatment now. The complaint is not the same. The situation, of course, is changing. It's a dynamical process, right? So you talk about the event you were evaluating in past. That's why you have to present in past. Could be simple past, past continuous. You can combine present continuous and past. That's okay. That's the way you decide to talk. That's perfect. But it has to be in past. That's a point of view we never have to forget, because if we don't do it, we made a huge grammar mistake while talking. We become the point of jokes between colleagues. Tell you by experience, it's not easy.
Okay, teacher. And for the record, you said yesterday too that I mean for example, the complaint of the patient, the cause of the consult, we must say with the patient words, or like we do it in Spanish, because in Spanish the reason that why patient came to the consult, we say it in the patient words, and like you, the rest of the historic clinic, we say with medical words or terms.
Yes, in English, everything you use in medical terminology. The principal complaint, everything. You don't use the expressions of the patient because it has lots of meanings, lots of ways to be understood. The interpretation is changing according to the context they are talking about, right? In Spanish, we have the possibility, to get just one meaning from the sentence, because Spanish has as a language that capability. But in English, no, you have the possibility to make lots of interpretations according to the moment, the situation, the weather. Well, the patient can look for a reason for changing the meaning if you use the expression of him.
Oh, yeah, it's
about avoiding loyal situations, legal troubles. You have to write down medical terminology for talking in a uniform way. It's better for you.
Okay, thanks, teacher. And one more doubt, but it was more about vocabulary, and I think it's more technical. It was in the picture of a joint, there was arrows pointing parts, and there was a word that says emphasis. And I tried to search for that word as much as in English, so in Spanish, but I didn't understand quite well what is emphasis. It was said that it's the union of the joint, something like that, but I wonder what was the word in Spanish of emphasis, or it is the same, because when I put it to the traductor, emphasis with H, in Spanish, the traduction literally was emphasis without the H. And my doubt was, my curiosity principally was, it is a word in Spanish that another than that emphasis.
Okay, that if we have a similar term or a different term for being understood, right?
Yeah, exactly, because I didn't hear that word emphasis in the entire career when I was studying, so that was my doubt if it has another name, maybe.
Okay, do you remember the number of the slide?
I think it was 25 or 19, one of them.
Okay, let's go there. 19. Oh, we're still in time. Here, maybe? Can you watch my screen?
Yes, teacher. No, and then was 25 because it was
Okay, here?
I
don't think so.
no, it was a joint picture. I think it's that exactly that where the bone is with his parts.
This one?
It was one. There's just one bone in this.
Okay, this one.
That right.
Okay, and those two.
Oh no, there is not
No.
there either. It
No,
was similar. I think it's joints. I think it's in the part of
Yeah.
joint.
Yeah, could be. Or here in healing bone process. No, I don't think so.
No, yes, yeah, I think it was joints.
Okay, like this.
That was
Emphasis, this.
exactly.
This is just the point of union between the tendon of the bone.
Oh,
Just the point, exactly the point they get together. That's the
tendon.
emphasis.
Bone.
It's the same as in Spanish.
Oh, it's the same.
Yes, actually, this word is coming from Latin, and it's
Mm.
showing us that point of union. There is no another traduction, no other meaning.
Okay. Thanks, teacher. That was my, I think was a curiosity more than anything.
But that's great. It's a good word. In Spanish, we avoid these expressions that we don't really use, we don't really need. But in English, they love to make a mess. Why they take it in count? Because in some sport injuries, the emphasis gets broken. And there's a huge mess to correct by surgical this structure. It's very
Okay.
specific and uncommon situation.
Okay.
Here
Perfect.
in
Thanks.
Bolivia, here in Bolivia, actually, we don't have the equipment or the specialists to develop to this kind of surgical procedure. That's why we don't take it in account.
Yes, that's why maybe I never heard about that word.
Yes.
I don't remember.
No, don't worry, don't worry. It happens. But the emphasis is just the exactly point where they get in union, the tendon, the ligament with the bone.
Okay. Perfect, teacher. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe another question?
I don't think there was some words that I didn't have in my vocabulary, but that ones I think I found the traduction to the words I know in Spanish.
Okay, perfect. From symptoms, I think. Symptoms, I sent a lots of lists and details. Of course, some of them are repeating or random ideas, but no problem. Always there is a new term to catch. Never forget this. Patients give us an explanation, the same as in Spanish, but we have to translate. According to the situation, we choose which symptom we are talking about. That's the same I was telling yesterday to Jorge. We have to take it in account. They can give us an explanation, but we have to translate that information into the medical term for writing down properly, because this term is the one that is avoiding the loyal situation and is supporting the first diagnosis you are giving.
Those terms are more objective, yes. Right?
Objective, same language for everybody. Well, for every doctor that is going to evaluate the situation, and this is the only one support you have for not missing or changing information, could be said. There is no way to change the meaning of the patient expression.
Okay.
In Spanish, we have that mistake, we can say, when we just talk in the words of the patient. we use their expressions in order to take in account that they are available to express their ideas because they are important and everything like that. But in English, you have to be objective. You have to go just to the point. Don't round information. And according that, you can get the same opinion with all of your colleagues. It's different, very different the way of writing down. And when you analyze this, in English it's better, it's easier, it's faster. In Spanish, we write down too much, and sometimes that history is not necessarily.
Yeah, that's true. We give it too much rounds about a word.
Yes, we have to be more patient. You have to stay and listen and listen and listen a lot, right?
Yeah, that's true, teacher.
Yes, but that has a reason. So let's enjoy this. Our career doesn't have any comparison with anything. Maybe weight loss, but it's not the same.
Yeah, it's unique, really unique, our career.
It's a kind of life, I think. The one
It's
we
true.
decided to live on, to go ahead, and there's no way to change. When you start working or even studying medicine and then working, you realize that your life is not going to be the same from another career, or maybe your relatives, your family, and everything changes all the time. So patience, and that's your choice, and you're happy with that.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
true.
how we get happy with this. I don't know why. I love to stay on shifts. So I love strange people, we can say. But it's the way I decided to live on and go ahead. And of course, you are living the same way.
Yeah, that's true, teacher. We have to take the most advantage that we are able to, and go ahead, like you say.
Yes. So that's a good point. Well, that's a good moment. At this point, you are taking this course. It's going to be so useful for you, I think.
Yeah, very useful. Thank you, teacher.
Yes, dear. So while finishing the workshop at the end, around midnight, I'm going to send the homework to the WhatsApp group, okay?
Oh, okay, teacher.
There are all the guidelines to answer this, so there's no problem, okay?
Okay, all right, teacher.
Okay, perfect. So see you Monday, dear.
Okay, teacher. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
See you Monday. Monday is the next theoretical class.
Okay,
Then
teacher.
we are free.
Today is Thursday. Okay, see you Monday. Good night, teacher.
Okay, bye. Don't worry. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hi, Sherlyn. How are you?
Hey, good night. Everything is all right. And you?
Perfect. Well, a little bit tired, but we have to go ahead, right?
Yeah.
Okay, from yesterday, do you have any questions? Something you would like to check again?
I don't really have questions, but I've been having some trouble with the pronunciation of the bones.
Okay, perfect. Can you watch my screen?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. About bones. Okay, from this point, you tell me where to stop.
Yes, from the
You tell me.
there.
Okay, our guy.
Yeah.
Let me see which one is the difficult word.
The forearm ulna.
Yeah, that's okay. The forearm, ulna, and radius.
And yeah, and then it would be this hip bone.
No, hip bone.
Okay. And then this one right here is ischium.
Ischium, this one.
Yes.
Yes, ischium, similar to Spanish.
Oh. Yeah. And then this one from the feet, cuneiform.
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 Yes.
Yes, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, perfect. At this point, about pronunciation, that's all, right?
Yes.
Okay. About this, comparing the common and the anatomical terms.
Yes, I also understand that it's easy.
Okay, if that's okay, perfect. About these fractures, clear, I think.
Yes.
The slides are clear. One of your classmates were asking for the difference between pathological fracture and fatigue or stress fracture. Did you catch the difference of them?
No, not really.
Okay. For example, when you get osteoporosis, you have a pathological bone, right? Because
Yes.
it's extremely fragile. It can get broken by a simple hit, right?
Yes.
So if you, with the osteoporosis situation, fall down and have enough strength on the hit, the bone gets broken. You get a fracture in a diseased bone, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's pathological fracture because the bone was previously in a bad situation, could be said.
So in an easiest way, it was already sick.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, already in disease, because sick, we catch the difference in the previous slides.
Yeah.
It has a disease, a situation that it's not going to be corrected. Maybe treatment can relieve the situation, but not correct completely. And well, it's going to be over. You have to live with that situation. And in that situation, have a pathological structure, right?
Yeah.
If you had, for example, the pot disease, do you remember which one is the pot disease?
No.
Okay, pot disease is the tuberculosis in the spine, in the
Oh.
vertebral column. You get the tuberculosis infection into the vertebra. And if you fall down, you make extremely strained, you have a crash, something like that. The vertebra gets broken like this. It's very, very similar to fracture of in pot disease, like this picture.
Oh.
That's another way of pathological fracture because that's a bone that is not gonna heal.
Yeah. That was already.
If you have osteomyelitis,
It would be also a pathological fracture.
yes, because osteomyelitis is an infected bone, a part of the bone maybe. The focus of the infection gets the bone so soft, and if you fall down, you can get it broken. It's a pathological fracture because the bone was previously in disease.
Okay.
On the other hand, fatigue or stress fracture is when you have a fracture because you use too much strength to a bone that it's not prepared for that situation, could be said. Very common in elderly people because they can go walking and walking and walking, like says the example, a repeated minor trauma with non-appropriated shoes. Or they can go to the soil that it's with ground and then it's irregular and they had the bad luck to step strongly and it gets broken, and the x-rays are the same like this. It's a very typical stress fracture, this one.
Oh.
It happens. It's kind of common in our country.
Okay.
So in a stress fracture, the bone is not necessarily previous in disease. But in a pathological fracture, the bone has to be into a disease previously to become pathological, right?
Yes.
So now I think the difference is clear. It's just an anatomical booklet that is gonna help you a lot, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, from joints, I think there's no problem, right?
No, there is no problem.
I had a patient like this when I was working in town. A baby that was born in, well, the delivery was so traumatic, I think, because my patient was coming from another town in ambulance.
Wow.
But babies born when they want. So the baby born during the travel into the ambulance, and they were just the doctor, a student, I mean, the ambulance driver, the patient, and her husband. And the one who received the baby was the husband, because the student became in panic. The ambulance driver has without any idea what to do at the moment, was without preparation, without the studies. And the baby fell down. It happened. The father tried to do his best, but fall down. And because God is great, the baby fall down over his leg and get broken like this. Exactly the same. I watched this and I remember that baby. Well, of course, they got in panic when the baby started crying because of the fracture that was watched like this in the x-rays. And well, they arrived to the hospital and we started all the treatment with the small one, the smallest patient. Everything becomes great if you take care of this properly. There is no reason for failing this situation, for being handicapped or disability or incapacity. Right? But when I saw this the first time, I said, well, how it happens? Because they are like a gum, they are so flexible. I think the impact was too much. And well, I never forget this situation. I'm very, very unlucky in that kind of emergencies. Just with me become this kind of crazy cases. I'm
Yes.
dystocic. I don't know how to say it in English, but I'm dystocic. Very, very dystocic. When you receive fractures like this, I have one. The last one was on a sports injury. In 25, 27, was a young man. But he fell down. He had a fracture that was not displaced. But he decided, he thought that was just a hint. He didn't take it in account. He left his team, his friends, in his motorcycle, and because of the pain, he couldn't control the motorcycle and fall down. And then the fracture become like this, very similar.
Yeah.
And it happens. And you said, why, if you were in pain, you were in your motorcycle? Because it was amazing for him.
Yeah, people are crazy.
Yes. Of course, the patient called for attendance. We went with the ambulance and we saw his leg and we saw a strange mass and we said, okay, it's without form, it lost its shape. So let's try to move it with the correct splint. It was, I take it in a good humor. Why to become crazy or mad, right?
Yeah.
So you are just beginning the career. You're going to take lots of experiences. Don't worry, this course is going to be helpful for taking some experiences from the oldest, like me. And you're going to realize that this kind of life is different. Even
Yes.
from studying is different. You're going to see that.
Yeah, I'm a little scared.
Nah, don't worry. If you are sure about this way, go ahead. But at the beginning, if you think that it's not for you, there is no guilty about leaving. Don't worry, never, no one is going to be watching what you decide or not. All of your life changes when you get into the medical career. I tell you by experience. Without friends, just your friends from college, with family, you have to realize that almost all the birthdays, holidays are going to be missed because you have to study. It's your obligation to read and read as much as you can. And as much as you read, you are better prepared. right?
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to think that because you are on career, you have the key of everything. No, it's not going to happen in that way. You need to read and read and read and get as much as articles, actual ones, new studies, new research, and it's going to be better for you. Now it's not the moment, of course. When you realize in internal medicine, first and second year anatomical landmarks, physiology, histology, physiopathology are the basis. According to that basis, you are going to understand internal medicine.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
internal medicine changes your life. Yeah, of course. Yes, yes, believe me, that's true.
It does?
Yeah, it changes everything. The way you watch everything changes. Yeah, the general vision of the situation is different. So no, don't worry, you're going to do a great job. And never feel any guilty if you decide that it's not done for you or you prefer another kind of living. Because when you finish the career, you realize that you're always on shift, pre-shift, shift, and post-shift, no free days. Always you have to be available for your relatives, for your family, in order to help them. You are not just a daughter, for example. You are the doctor. You have to be ready, no matter if you sleep or not, you have to be there. And it's nice because they trust on you. You have the chance to help them. And it's an amazing way of living.
Yeah, I think I like the idea.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, you can do it. If you are sure, go ahead. Never forget you are done for this. I can see it in your smile and your eyes. You are done for this. And I have lots of students.
Oh my God, thank you. That makes me so happy.
Yes, go ahead. And never stop smiling, please. Okay. So dear, tonight I'm gonna send homework while finishing the workshop. So don't worry, when I send homework, there are the guidelines or the details for catching the idea. If there's any question, please send by WhatsApp a message, okay? With the complete confidence, because you are at the beginning and homework needs a basis in the medical career. So don't worry, any question you have, send me a message, okay?
Thank you, teacher. And I have a question. Where's this homework to?
No, I'm gonna upload it to the WhatsApp group at the end of the workshop, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so following the guidelines, the deadline and everything, I'm gonna send the answer key as in order I receive the answers.
Okay.
So you're gonna have the chance to compare your answers from the answer key and from the book, and then it's gonna be easier.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, dear. So see you Monday. Have a great weekend and realize you're starting a new kind of life.
Yeah. Bye, teacher. Have
Bye-bye.
a good night.
Good night. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Well, there was Charlene Noelia. Yeah, she's nice. Let's wait a little bit now. Erica is supposed to get into, so let's wait a little bit for her. Good night, Paula. Can you listen to me?
Good night, teacher.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, but
Okay.
I don't look this video.
Okay, no, don't worry. Now we are on the live stream. on YouTube. But at this point, I sent the new schedule to the group. Did you watch this?
Yes, but I want to see another person.
Okay, you want to watch a session from another one? Well, we have
Yes.
options. The student that is supposed to become now, to get into, is not attending. It was
Okay.
supposed to be one of your classmates now, but she didn't come. So if you want, we can talk a little bit. But if she gets into late, maybe in a few minutes more, then we can, we must leave, okay?
Okay.
But I don't think she might attend.
Sorry,
It's
but
taking too much time.
today, I'm really nervous because I don't remember my vocabulary, but
Okay.
un segundo en español.
Okay,
No he
okay.
podido ver los videos de la clase. El link que me envió no funciona.
En la descripción de
Entonces,
WhatsApp, la supervisora académica ha puesto ya el oficial y hay otro compañero que no asiste a las teóricas. Entonces me
ya,
dijo el compañero que sí estaba el link adecuadamente puesto, que sí pudo entrar.
ya. Entonces, no sé cuán buena puede ser hoy día la sesión, ¿no? Porque, bueno, sí vi las diapositivas,
Ya.
pero no sé no sé, hoy día, bueno, tenía como hasta las 11 de la noche, ¿no? Para poder repasar o ver el video.
Sí,
Entonces, no sé qué opción tengo, ¿no?
no, ingresa, porque mira, cada clase teórica y cada taller tienen un puntaje. Y el hecho
Ya,
de que haya una ausencia, ya sea por trabajo, emergencia, cualquier causa, quita o sea, quita parte de ese puntaje. O sea, no
ok,
conviene. Mucho del éxito del curso es la asistencia. ¿Por qué? Porque prácticamente el 25% de la nota se sustenta en la asistencia.
ok.
O sea, no hay problema
Bueno,
si el video
entonces,
no lo completas, no lo logras ver. Con que revises las diapositivas y hay una idea y ahí ya podemos profundizar algunos detalles y ya con calma el fin de semana pues revisas el video. Si no se puede ver, busco la forma de pasarte el link exacto del video, igual que la primera vez.
ok, porque le cuento que la primera vez que sí me pasó, o sea, pasaron muchos minutos para que inicie la clase y bueno, ya me tuve que ir a trabajar y no logré verlo, pero
Ya,
del chat que estábamos hablando por WhatsApp se
claro,
borró ese link,
por eso.
entonces, es por eso. Pero
Mm,
entonces, bueno, en estas 1 o 2 horitas que tengo, entonces voy a practicar lo que pueda
sí,
y
revisa las
pues
diapositivas.
más tardecito volvemos a la llamada, entonces.
Sí, revisa las diapositivas, todos están las diapositivas. Hay detalles que sí se explican un poquito más, pero lo
Ok,
básico, vaya, lo que sí o sí tienen que saber está escrito. Por eso es que les mando el material, para que no haya confusión al momento de estudiar para el examen, por ejemplo, tengan de dónde una fuente.
ok. Entonces, digamos que me lanza como preguntas de anatomía, digamos.
No, en ese primer módulo corregimos pronunciación, expresiones, aprendemos lo básico de lo
Ok.
que es escribir la historia clínica.
Ah, ok, muy
En el
bien.
módulo 2 es donde sí hablamos hartísimo y la base para el módulo 2 es el módulo 1. Por eso es que este es pesadito, pero es bastante repaso de detalles anatómicos, patologías, expresiones para hablar al respecto.
Muy
Es
bien.
es un poquitín más simple que el módulo 2. El módulo 2 ya les pido mucho pensamiento clínico.
Ok. Ok, teacher, entonces más ratito, entonces me vuelvo a conectar.
Sí, sí, con toda confianza, Paula, no hay ningún problema.
Muy bien,
Porque ahorita
muchísimas
no
gracias.
vino tu compañera, no vino, entonces, igual, como ya les dije al comienzo, por alguna ausencia sin justificación o que me digan muy tarde que no van a venir, voy a seguir cambiando el rol, porque yo estoy aquí 5 horas, como que 5 horas perdiendo espacios en medio, no es pues apropiado.
Claro. Bueno, pero yo tengo tiempito entonces.
Sí, 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 dale, dale con calma, porque mira,
Bueno,
fíjate, ahorita hay 3 estudiantes que no han venido sin causa. Entonces, ellos 3 van a pasar al final y tu hora va a adelantar un poquito para la siguiente.
ok, ok. Muchísimas gracias. Entonces, más tardecito me vuelvo a conectar.
Listo, Paola, charlamos al rato.
Gracias. Listo, chao, chao.
Dale, chau, chau. Well, I'm sorry for speaking in Spanish, but Paola said her English is not as good as we expect. I'd rather to get it clear. Erika, well, Eric is out. Let me see if she sent a message by WhatsApp. Yeah, she sent a message.
Teacher, excuse me, but now I have class, so I need one to go to Zoom.
Okay. Let me answer Erica. She sent me a message by WhatsApp. So, hi Erica, I just listened to your audio. And well, you didn't tell me you were on class at the university because yesterday night I changed the schedule of the workshop. You were supposed to get into at 8, and now your time is over. Now it's 8:14, and you only have 1 minute to get into. And well, until this point, I don't have anyone who told me that it's going to be absent from this point until the end. So tell me what we can do about it. Oh, now at this moment, I understand you're getting into a class. Hi, Carla. Hi, Carla. Can you listen to me?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How was your day? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm better. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So let's see. Yesterday we had a class with grammar tips and we started the first anatomical reviews, I think. Do you
Yes.
have any question from them?
No, that's clearly. I have questions. If you can explain me again the first part of the suffix and prefix.
Okay, the grammar tips, okay? Give me a
Yes,
minute
please.
to, okay, give me a second to share the screen, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you watch my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. So about the introduction of the medical terminology, from this point, is that okay, or do you want to go ahead?
Yes. It's okay.
Okay. While talking in English or even in Spanish, we start learning our new language, we can say, right?
Mhm.
I mean, in Spanish, indeed, it's into the context, all the terminology we are learning because we have to memorize this, right?
Mhm.
We have to take in account and consider that there is no choice for avoiding the medical terms or the medical specific words, right?
Mhm.
You are in fourth year, so you have the experience to become learning and memorizing terms that can give you an idea the meaning because of the principle, the word root, I mean, right?
Mhm. You're right.
In English, that's another way to focus this idea, to catch the idea. When we have the chance to study word roots, when the term begins,
Mhm.
and how we combine vowels, prefix, and suffix in order to create the medical term.
Okay.
It's easier, I think. It's well organized, and you catch a new way of talking. One of the best examples is this. Gaster in Latin means stomach,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So when you get in every part this word root, you know that you are talking about something that is related to the stomach.
Yes.
So the word root is the most important part of the expression. Even happens in Spanish, but in Spanish we don't have that kind of thinking.
Mhm.
On the other hand, when we have the word root, we must add a vowel
Mhm.
for giving it a sense. According to the sense that we receive, we are inferring, we are catching what is going on with our term. Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay.
In this case, we add gastro. Now we are not that we are talking specifically to the stomach or the gastroenterological system, right?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, Carla. Suffix, the same as in Spanish, are the expression, that word that is added at the end, and prefix that is added at the beginning. And according to what we add, we change the meaning of the word root.
Okay.
It's not the same to say gastroenterologist, the specialist in this, in gastro, in stomach, yeah, in the gastroenterological system, that says gastroenterology as a branch, right?
Okay.
You see how the meaning changes according to the
Yes.
suffix, right?
Yes.
That's why we consider these expressions. The word root here is detailed,
Mhm.
cannot stand alone is the most important part, because it's without sense if it stands alone. If you just read this expression, Gaster, you get loose in mind what's going on, what it means, right? That's why to add the vowel, to add the suffix or the prefix, and then you find the correct meaning.
Okay.
Creating this, well, the rules are very are explained in the previous slide. And you have here some examples to start combining, right?
Yes.
About suffixes, you have meanings of each kind of suffix you apply to your word root. Noun endings are these 5 suffixes that are showing you that always when you read a word root with this suffix, it's a noun that is talking about.
Okay.
Right? The same as abnormal conditions. You're going to watch lots of these during the career, of course. And you see these suffixes, you know, it's an abnormal condition that is going on, no matter the word root, you know, you can infer that the pathological situation is coming because of this.
Okay.
According to this, the pertaining to suffix, all of these suffixes are showing you that that word root belongs to a specific organ, right?
Okay.
So catching these grammar rules, these grammar ideas, is easy to infer the meaning, what we are talking about, if the new word, new expression is there. According to that, suffixes related to pathology are all of them, and through the career, you are going to watch all of them all the time, and you can infer the organ with the word root, with the suffix, and you get the new term. And then you see, okay, it's dynia. Dynia means pain, so it's something that it's in pain, right?
Okay.
So you can infer, you can catch the meaning without looking for a dictionary maybe, or a translator. Now it's clear, right?
Now, I have dyslexia, so I
Okay.
confuse suffixes with prefix.
Yeah, don't worry, it happens.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I want you to explain me again. Sorry.
No, that's great. That's okay, don't worry. The same with procedures. You are going to watch all of this. For example, if I tell you abdominocentesis, you know that it's centesis, it's a procedure. A procedure when you remove fluids. Where? From the abdomen. That's all. Abdomen,
Abdominocentesis.
word root, yes. The O, the vowel added, and this is the suffix that is giving you the complete term. And
The
now
vowel,
it has a sense.
the
This is the vowel.
vowel added is in combining, right?
Yes, it's combining and it's giving you like a key for making a sense in the expression you are writing down.
Okay.
Here is the same. You have Angie as word root. It's referred of bases, of veins, arteries. This is the combining the O. And graphy is the suffix, suffix.
Okay.
Then you get all the term, and the same with the rest.
Okay.
In this case, mayo is the word root. You don't need a vowel because already you have the vowel, but you have the suffix, and you know that it's a myoplasty.
Okay.
Okay, now it's easier, right? Arthur,
Yes.
here, this is the word root. This is the vowel, the combining, and this is the suffix, the scoping. Then you get the complete term, arthroscopy.
Okay. And with the prefixes is
It's
before,
the same.
right? Okay.
Yes, this goes previously. Never forget double R rolls, just with these suffixes for writing down, for not making a mistake on this, and the prefixes, all expressions that go previously to the word root. This expression changes everything, and you can combine prefixes and suffixes with the word root, like this example, prenatal, and get prenatal, right?
Okay. And for example, post operation, it's a prefix.
That could be, it depends on the situation what you are talking about.
Okay. Okay. Now I get it.
Okay, now it's clear, right?
Yes.
These prefixes are describing direction, quantity, size, and amount, are the most common we use during the career with all of the situations. The same as these contrasting prefixes.
Okay.
They give you the idea that something is changing the meaning of the vowel, the same as the suffixes. According you add prefix, suffix, or both of them, the meaning can change completely about a procedure, about a pathology, about, I don't know, a direction, a size. It depends on what you are talking about. And of course, the irregular ways of writing down from singular to plural. English makes
Okay.
lots of this, right?
Yes.
Yes, so now it's clear the idea.
Yeah. Now I get it.
Perfect. That's great. Any other question you have about the lesson of yesterday?
No, I was studying, but that was my question because I get a little bit confused, but that's it.
That's clear. So perfect.
Yes.
About this abbreviation, I think it's clear, right?
Oh, yes.
Perfect. So according to this abbreviation, next week we are going to start writing down.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
patience. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm glad you catch the idea now.
Yeah.
That's the
Thank
best
you.
of this workshop.
I always confuse them since I was a kid, but yeah, thank you. It's clear.
Oh, perfect. So I send you the pool to take attendance, Carla.
Okay, I am sending back.
Perfect. And perfect. Thank you so much. And according to this, at the end of the workshop, I'm gonna send the file of homework, okay, to the WhatsApp
Okay.
group around
Okay.
midnight, I think, because I finish at that moment.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, so don't worry. Into that file are all the guidelines for the deadline and writing and everything I was explaining, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, teacher. Thank you.
Okay, see you Monday, dear.
See you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Hi, Jorge. How are you? We are 2 minutes early. That's okay.
Good evening, teacher. Yes, I always connect a bit earlier because just in case my internet is with failure or something.
Perfect. That's a good point. You are smart and you're prepared for this. Well done, Jorge.
Yes,
Never forget, never change this fact, okay?
I want to take advantage of this time as much as I can.
Perfect. Well done. And everything you want to ask that in workshop we cannot attend, or maybe during the class, please send me a message. That's great. I can work on that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, according to that, do you have any question from yesterday?
Yes, I have some doubts regarding those terms. I'm just looking for it in the presentation. There are some terms that I understand come from Latin, right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand because let's say how to distinguish when a Latin term I should use the plural form in Latin or in English, let's say, because I've seen that some words use the plural form in Latin. There is a slide, I don't remember the slide.
Could be this one.
Yes, it is
Yes,
this
perfect.
one. Yes.
Okay, perfect. It's, well, actually, they are not coming from Latin. They are the grammar rule for writing down the singular to plural. It's in English. It
Okay.
looks like Latin, but it's not Latin. It's in English because they are rules. Well, when you learn the irregular
So it's like
verbs,
it's just like an irregular. Yeah, I understand.
the regular verbs in English, in the common English, the social English.
But these words do come from Latin, right?
Yes. No, they are not coming from Latin. They are in singular in English. And the plural is the irregular way of changing to plural, I mean. From singular to plural.
But I mean, I know that the words themselves are in English, but let's say that the root comes from Latin, right?
Ah, yes. As almost all the language. In Spanish and English, we come from Latin. So it's easier to catch the meaning from Latin and get the common point of view, could be said, for understanding the meaning. That's easier.
Okay.
So you're so smart on this.
Okay, thank you.
So about here, for example, there's lots of confusion with this arthritis or arthritis.
Oh, yes.
Always, even writing down in articles, you find arthritis as if it's were in plural, but actually it's singular. But the correct way of writing down is arthritis.
Okay.
Arthritis. Arthritis and arthritis.
Okay. So the pronunciation doesn't change, or?
Well, it depends. For example, with the same, you say here arthritis, right?
Uh-huh.
We're going to the plural, arthritis.
Okay.
Meningitis, meningitis.
I understand. Okay.
From here, for example, diverticulum, diverticula, open A, like in Spanish.
Yes.
Alveolus, alveol, a very strength I, like in Spanish.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, one doubt that it doesn't have to do with vocabulary, but well, it has to do with vocabulary, but not with the suffixes and prefixes.
Yeah.
I saw in one of the slides that was about the types of fractures.
Okay.
It is the 27th slide.
Well, could be said this one?
That one, yes.
Okay.
About that part that says the green stick fracture. In Spanish, I think that term of green stick fracture is used when the fracture is in babies or children, right?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, but in English is the same, or it changes also the use
It's
of
the
that
same.
word? It's the
It's the
same. Okay.
same. Yes.
Okay.
We are making the translation. Always you read green stick referring to fractures in children, teenagers, that young people, yeah. The
Okay.
young babies, yeah.
Okay. And also,
yeah. Tell me.
just one more thing. It was a rule about when to add about an additional vowel to the word root when adding a suffix. So
Okay.
it says, yes, it says the rules for creating a combining form by adding a vowel apply when a suffix beginning with a consonant is added to a word root.
Yes, this one, right?
Yes.
Okay, according to the word root, sometimes you need to add a vowel or sometimes not, right? So, for example, you have here some suffixes, right? You have some more here and some more here, right?
Okay.
All of these suffixes start with a consonant, right?
Right.
So all of them really need a vowel to get connected to the word root. For example, word root, abdomen, the vowel O, and the suffix synthesis. And then you can check abdominocentesis.
Okay, but in this case, my doubt is you have to memorize what vowel you have to add, right? It's not something like that you can look at the word root and say, okay, maybe here the vowel that I have to add is this, right?
Yes, we have to memorize this. It's indeed, it gets inferred into the medical career, how to organize this, because a specific rule is not done at the moment.
Okay, I understand.
For example, you have suffixes with the double R. You can see, and you have to add, again, you have here consonants. You have to add the vowel in order to get the correct connection, we can say.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
I think that's the easiest way here.
Yes.
To down these terms.
Yes. And also, I think study a little bit every day because the list is
Yes.
very long.
Yes, as much in Spanish, we have this situation. We never receive a class like this, remembering grammar details. And
Yes.
we catch the vocabulary, inferred the medical knowledge, right?
Mhm.
Infer the medical terminology. While reading, we memorize all of these situations. But when you analyze how the word is constructed, is written, it's easier to catch the meanings. And also you can infer and you can construct your own terms in order to get it clearly, I think.
Yes.
So that's why I decided to use this information, because these grammar tips are out of the program. They are not supposed to be added. But they
Yeah,
are important
because this
to
is
understand.
actually English, right?
Yes, it's necessary to add this information in order to catch all the topics we are going to talk about from this point and ahead until the end of the complete course.
Yes.
It's
Also
useful.
because I realized that when a single letter changes or a single suffix changes, like if you don't understand that
Oops, your
change,
connection.
you don't catch the right meaning.
Yes, yes. You have to be focused on what you're talking about. In Spanish, you can round the idea and give extra explanation, right? Or look for another explanation or get an interpretation from all the meanings or all the sentences you're talking about.
Yes.
But in English, it's different. You go to the point. You don't round on ideas. You just, for example, while writing down the case report, the clinical record, you just use medical terminology
Yes.
for being in the same language with all of your colleagues in a uniform way. In Spanish, you have to write down the patient expressions, right?
Yes.
You have to collect all the information from your patient, and according that chronological history, and then when you make your own analysis, then you use medical terminology at the end. In English, from the beginning, you use medical terminology because,
Yes.
as you can see in this chart, we have the patients can give you lots of ideas. According to the context, you decide which symptom you are going to describe, right?
Uh-huh.
So you cannot get in confusion with this, because as you were telling us, we cannot get in confusion with the expression of the patient. That rule in English about the writing down way is because we need to avoid loyal problems, loyal situations with patients. We just use medical terminology from the complaint, the principal complaint, from the case report, of course, the physical exam, everything in medical terms.
Yes.
Abbreviations like that it's easier, in my opinion. It's clearly to talk in that way, instead of using the patient expressions that can get into an incorrect interpretation if there's any non-comfortable situation for us.
Yes. And also like if the case is somehow interesting and
Oops,
you have to
connection
present
again.
it in a conference or something, you cannot use like those terms.
Yes, yes, of course. While between colleagues, always in medical terms. While talking to patients, well, we have to consider that they don't understand how we talk. It's a different language.
Yes.
Anything, but that's our language. We get in touch with this, and well, that's enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's another way, I think. Okay.
I have another doubt, teacher. I know that the purpose of this course, and I say this because you mentioned it before, I know that the purpose of this course is not to teach us medicine. It's just a little doubt. In the slide that talks about the types of joints, I noticed that there are only like 3 types of joints. Is the 44th slide. And I don't know if this changes with the language or is according to the time in which you study medicine, but I think there are more types of joints. I don't hear you, teacher. Maybe your internet has some trouble.
Not supposed to happen.
Hello,
Jorge,
teacher. I think your internet has some problems.
yes, it had a disturbance that it's not allowed. Yeah, because I'm not on Wi-Fi. I have another kind of connection. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sorry, it's not going to happen again. I exchanged it.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay, so let me share the screen again. And then you tell me if that is the slide. About the joints, you were asking for about classification, right?
Yes. What I was saying is that I know that the purpose of the course is not to teach us medicine, right? But it's just about the classification. I think that in Spanish, I know that in Spanish, there are more types of joints than the ones that are here. I don't know if it's the same in English or this is just because like to acquire the vocabulary, you don't need to be that specific about all the types of joints.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. For example, ball and socket joint, it's not the same meaning in Spanish. We have another expression in Spanish. In
Yes.
English, we use this, that this is specific. Or this one, saddle joint, we said silla de montar, right?
Right,
But
yes.
in English, the expression is saddle. You have to consider this in order to increase your vocabulary. And if it's extremely necessary, I ask in detail. Ellipsoid is the same, pivot the same, plane the same, hinge is the same, but this changes saddle and ball and socket.
Yes.
So consider this, but the definition is the same. The function, the way of working is the same. There is no changes in this.
Yeah, but I'm actually talking about the previous slide.
This one?
Yes, that one.
Yes, it's just for catching as much as vocabulary you catch, because, for example, fontanelles is easier to call them soft spots. You are going to read even books and articles with this expression. If I send you just fontanelles and don't show you soft spots, I'm making a mistake because the synonym is missing.
Okay.
Okay. Now
Okay.
it's clear why it's here. Yeah, why it's here. Okay, so let me send you the pool.
Okay.
Okay, can you watch the screen, Jorge? The pool?
Yes, I'm completing it now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I sent it already. Bye, teacher.
Sure.
Jorge, telling you to your classmates, I'm gonna send homework at the end of the class.
Hi.
Hi, Jamie, how are you? Can you listen to me clearly?
Yeah. I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I received a message that our internet is failing. Okay, hi, can you listen to me?
Yeah. You?
Yes, it's clear, but your screen is frozen. It's not so clear, but don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, let me know from the class of yesterday. Do you have any questions, something you would like to check again?
Well, first of all, I have a question, but it's not about the class. It's something I think I should know at this point, but I really don't get it. Each workshop, you give us a grade for that, or is just attendance?
Every class, workshop and theoretical class have a score.
Okay.
So if you miss one of them because, for example, you are on shift, I ask you to give me the reason early in order to take it in count and get a note, I think, something that reminds me that you are on duty, and then you are not going to lose all the score from the class. For example, at this point, there are 4 students that didn't attend this workshop, and the 4th didn't tell me anything. So I don't know if they forget it, if they just decided not to get into, or something happened. I'm gonna wait until midnight to send attendance to the academic supervisor, and if they give me a reason, but if there is not, I'm sorry, you lose the score.
Okay. Okay, about the class.
Okay.
My first question is about suffixes. With the simpler one is about no endings. I have everything clear with the other ones. Is the same as Spanish, but when we use really the letter A, E, us, and the wait, it's like the fourth, like yeah, right here.
Okay, the suffixes.
Right, but can you give me another example?
Okay, can you watch my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, for example, when you construct your theme, when you write down by your own the terms, the medical terms, in English, you have a specific topic for around one or 2 months, studying word roots and prefixes and suffixes. And you get in practice and get used to in order to infer, to analyze the word and catch the meaning easier and faster. In Spanish, we don't have that opportunity because we are in our native language and it's easier for us. But when you study it seriously, you have that opportunity to make it different. That's why I added these grammar tips. For example, give me an organ, for example.
Stomach.
Okay, the stomach. The stomach in Latin, the word root is gaster. It's the first example we use here. Here,
Yeah.
if you want to get it, is it as a noun, you asked gastrum, the gastrum chamber, right?
Right.
When you see that the ending is in and you know that it's a suffix, you are talking about a noun, and a specific organ, and as a noun, and then it's easier to combine gastrum chamber.
Right.
The same as with the abnormal condition, for example, melanosis. As we said in previous slides, the example melano, we just melanosis, we know that it's a abnormal situation with that coloration on the skin, right?
Right.
For example, if we say gastric, we say that gastric, I don't know, ulcer, gastric ulcer, it's an ulcer that is pertaining to the stomach, right? So that's why it's easier to construct when you study that in that way, or to catch the meaning, could be said.
Right. Yeah. And another question is, I'm having trouble with the pronunciation of the plural forms in
this, right?
right here. I know that verba, but how do we say vertebrae?
This?
I'm having trouble with the most of these words in plural.
Okay, when you catch the difference between singular and plural, it's just for writing down, because when it finish in A, you just add an E, right? AE. Vertebra, and the pronunciation in plural is vertebra. It's the same, just changes the writing down way.
So how can I difference when someone say it to me?
Well, while talking, it's about context. So
Right.
while writing down, it's better if you write down properly, right? And then you add the E, and it's easier. But while talking according to the context, you catch the idea if they are talking in singular or plural.
Right. And for example, in arthritis, is you pronunciate the same or?
With diagnosis, could be said?
No, arthritis.
Okay, arthritis, arthritis.
Right.
You can see arthritis, just this, arthritis, similar to Spanish.
Right. So when it's only one letter change, you pronunciate the same, and I don't really get it in that point.
For example, like bursa and bursa. Okay, if you are talking with which one? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the first one.
Okay. While talking about bursas in joints, we know that they are in groups of bursa, right? We don't have to add an S similar to Spanish. It's not properly. We say one bursa and two bursa. The pronunciation is the same. The difference is just in writing down.
Okay.
You have one vertebra, you have two vertebra or more vertebra, the same.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. And my other question is in the symptoms. Complaints is the same or is for
symptoms?
Yes,
they can be called synonyms. We can say as synonyms, but symptom is the proper medical term with own definition, and complaint is the common and the best way of talking about it. Complaint.
Same way findings with findings.
Yes, signs, findings, symptoms, complaints. Why we use complaints? Because we have the abbreviation of this in the medical literature. That's why it's easier to work. If you want to say the symptom,
we don't have abbreviation for findings.
No, we only use complaints with abbreviation because we try in English to use our time in the better way. So we use lots of abbreviations all the time. This is one of the most important because all the time you're going to see C/O, so you know that that's the principal complaint.
Right. And my last question, I think, is with fracture. Is fracture is really a fracture, or we are just using that term for fat? No, I don't really know how to say fatigue.
Fatigue. No, it's
Fatigue.
actually fatigue or stress are synonyms. Fracture, while talking about fractures. The fatigue or stress fracture is when you use more strength that the bone can stand. For example,
Right,
if
but it's
you...
not really a fracture, right?
No, it is a fracture. It's a real fracture. No, it doesn't mean it could be surgical, but it is a fracture that it's not displaced. That's why it needs a fixation with a castor splint, well, the same way we are talking about. A fatigue or stress fracture is because of repeated trauma. For example, it could happen in sports. When you start hanging up so much strength and weight with devices, with pesas, I don't know how to say
Right.
pesas actually. You can get broken your arm or your wrist, right? The specific parts of the bone, because there are too much weight to that bone. That is a stress fracture. You stressed your bone and it got broken. And in X-rays, you see a similar imaging like this. It looks like an inflammation, a swelling just, but it is a fracture. You need more views to find the fracture.
And that's it. I don't have any other question.
Yeah, perfect. Now it's clear?
Yeah.
Perfect. In that way, let's stop this and let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Okay. You're gonna send us homework today, right?
Yes, at the end of the workshop, I'm gonna send you the file of homework to the WhatsApp group. Okay, there you find all the guidelines and deadline, everything in order to send me back the answers. And in order I receive your answers, I send you back the answer key to check your job.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Amy. It's done.
Good night.
Good night. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice night. See you Monday.
See you.
See you. Yes, actually, Amy left and she finished, and Grace Chamorro is the one who's the next. So let's wait for her. Let's wait a little bit. Well, I'm still alone. Grace is not attending. Let's wait a little bit more. Well, until this point, Grace Chamorro didn't attend. Maybe she's on shift. She didn't give me any reason. Let's wait for the next one. Let me see. Next one is Franklin. Let's wait a little bit. He might come. See you. I'll be back in a few minutes as soon as my student gets into. Hi, Franklin. How are you? How was your day?
Hi, teacher. So far so good. And you?
Well, a very, very long day with lots of job, but we are here again.
Yeah.
Everything's okay, I think.
Everything is what?
If everything is okay, I think.
Okay. Well, I was watching the videos and but it was like a little bit too fast, so I had to stop and read the material. I normally print out the material.
Oh, perfect.
I print it
Yes,
out.
printing is easy for working, right?
Yes, because I can write notes and highlight and overline,
Perfect.
underline.
No, that's great. That's a good way of working out.
Yeah. So I was reading first. I finished reading the first presentation that you showed us, and then I started with this one. So I haven't finished this one yet, but I have. Let me see. Have read all the way up to. All the way up to bones. I read up to the first page of bones.
Okay, let's go to the bones. Here we are, okay? Can you watch my screen, right?
Yes, I can see.
Perfect. So let me see, from this point, you tell me where to stop in order to practice, okay? To check doubts.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Okay, you are gonna tell me which slide to stop in order to check doubts, okay?
Okay.
From this slide, do you have any question?
No, not really.
I think it's clear, right? From this one, the word parts.
I didn't get to that part. I got only up to that point. Then
Until
I
here,
read from the beginning. All yes, I stopped
okay.
there.
Okay, so let me give you a general view of this in order to catch the idea of what is done, how is it done, okay?
Okay.
We have the word parts. When I send you some prefixes, suffixes, and word roots, you know we are talking about the suffix because of the hyphen, right? And then according the magenta word, you have the meaning to catch what we are talking about in order to get the correct meaning of the medical term. That's an easy way to write down, to catch without studying lots of medicine according to this point. Going ahead, this is an anatomical review that actually is going to be helpful for you in order to give an idea to your students. But it's not as a fact for you in order you are not a doctor. Just check this. I'm going to consider this situation for homework and test for you, okay? The same as with this. Same situation. Just check the anatomical review, anatomical landmarks for catching the general idea. And we have in parentheses the full term, for example, forearm, and then with the anatomical detail, the ulna and radius, the bones that are in the forearm, of course. And with hand, we have the specific details, the carpal bones, the wrist, of course, they are 8, but we don't need to give you specific names because they are the same as in Spanish. About common names, you have how the non-doctors talk, usually, and the anatomical name, how properly doctors must refer to the structure, just for combining and catching the difference while talking and writing down. Because when we talk to a patient, we use common names, but talking to colleagues, we use anatomical names. That difference, of course, is important because it changes completely the way of writing down the expression. And we all know about it. It's the same as in Spanish, right? About fractures, we have a general view, very huge, I think, when we consider the types of fractures and then the common names that patients give us to fractures, okay? Just for showing you, giving extra information, because about the school fracture is for Legos, not for doctors. That's a way of talking just. Then some x-rays for showing you details, anatomical details, anatomical ways of catching a fracture, more and more. And the healing bone process, there are just slides for information, for catching more vocabulary and ways of talking. No more than that. About this healing process, of course, is a basis that can help you to check and to understand the rest of the procedures we have in the physiology and the physiopathology processes we have to study and check. There's an example about the healing in a short period of time because it's a newborn with a pathological fracture during the delivery. And it happens, I had a patient like that actually. And the treatment, of course, when we have in capital letters and blackened words, of course, the expressions, the medical expressions we must learn. Maybe by memorizing if you consider that it is correct, or maybe while practicing in context in this paragraph, that it's very clear. When we get the bone unit, promoting the union by reducing the fracture. We don't replace the fracture, we reduce the fracture. In Spanish is the same. We reduce the fracture and we promote the unit by the fixation. The fixation by the splint, that this structure, this is a cast actually, by a splint like this is a partial way of immobilization, or by a cast. This cast is evolving all the structure, of course, and it's placed by a specialist properly. Or maybe we can use plate and screws. The plate is that metal structure that we see during the surgical procedures, and the screws that go to the bone. Just for vocabulary, I'm sending this, but it's important to catch the idea. Complications of fractures, for example, are malunion, when the fracture not heals in a correct way, in a correct position, it's not well reduced, or the non-union, when the bones certainly don't get in union again, and it's for being operated twice or 3 times because it gets into some complications that are not out of point at this moment. Here I show you the difference between cast and splint, how you can describe the function of one of them, of each of them, I think. And considering these differences, you get that the cast is this structure and the splint is the other one. The splint is very common to see in our country, made by wood, plastic, I don't know, sometimes we use even caps or material that it's not properly done for this purpose. But the idea is to make a correct immobilization, a correct fixation, a partial fixation, until get the correct attendance to the situation right. That's a joke. I always send jokes. I don't know. I like it too much. Just for breaking the ice and having fun a little bit. About joints, we have the same, the anatomical reviews for self-studying. And then details when we catch more vocabulary. Vocabulary, for examples, looking for synonyms. We talk about fontanellas, but the common term are soft spots. It's out of objective if I give you just medical term without the common term, that it's a very good way of talking, even though between colleagues of two patients. For example, we have this kind of joints in this case, and then we have the anatomical review with the classification of joints. In that way, we know that they are similar names in Spanish and English because that's the anatomical study we do. Now, differences between tendon, ligament, and cartilage, just for checking the vocabulary and increasing the way of expression during medical career, I think. And then this chart that is very important. While we finish a system, I send you the pathological chart showing us some of the most common situations, pathological situations, to catch the correct writing down way. Of course, we are not going to talk about all of them. It's out of sense, but at least we catch the way of writing down properly without making a mistake. Going ahead about muscles, it's the same structure. We get the chart with the overview, the word parts again, with the prefixes, suffixes, and word roots in order to catch the meanings. Again, anatomical reviews, more anatomical reviews, and checking in this case the types of muscles, showing us the skeletal muscle, the smooth muscle, and myocardial muscle. Every slide with its description, how it is working on, and catching vocabulary from this. It is specifically medicine topics, medical material about the contrasting muscle motion. We just made a review of the flexion and extension, how we move our limbs in order to get the flexion and extension movements to catch the idea. Just the pronation and supination. Pronation, well, supination when your palm is looking front, and supination when you turn it to the opposite. That's all. And then you see the movement of bones in this picture. Then the dorsiflexion, the plantar flexion, anatomical language just, abduction and adduction too, circumduction and rotation. And then again, anatomical landmarks for making a self-study. Of course, the way of writing down, I'm going to check while homework. Then specialties related to the muscular system as a plus, when we catch which specialists are involved in the tension of muscular pathologies. And again, the chart with the pathological situations, just the most common, because there are lots of more, of course, I mean, and that's all. Please try to read all of this information and take the parts that are going to your objective. So don't worry about it. According to that, any question you have, we can solve this by WhatsApp, by the chat, I think. Is that correct for you?
Yes, that's fine. When are you going to give us exercises to practice this vocabulary and the content?
Tonight, while finishing the workshop, I'm going to send the homework file to the WhatsApp group.
Okay. And that homework has to be done by Monday, or when is it due?
By Sunday midnight.
Sunday midnight.
At the beginning, at the top of the file, I give you the guidelines with the deadline, ways of writing down, everything for not missing the point.
Okay.
So it's clear. If there's any question about it, don't worry, send me a message and we can work on it, okay?
Okay, great.
Yes, I understand. It's not the same while being a doctor to catch this anatomical review than being in your career. You're an ESL, so it's different. That's why you
Yeah.
have to focus everything according to the objective you are following. We're not evaluating you as a colleague because your career is different. The basis, of
yes.
course, is not the same.
Mhm. Yeah, but I find there is a lot of, in spite of not being my major, I find it very interesting, and I would like to have more time to to catch and to grasp all these meanings, because
Yes,
it looks really interesting. So I'm
yes,
sure that when the course is finished, I will continue reading
yes,
because there's a lot to learn, and it's useful because sometimes a student asks you, some things like that about, because they are studying medicine and they want to know things, and they see that you're a teacher, and they guess, or they assume that you might know some terms because they need it. So it's really good to know at least some basic stuff about this.
yes, perfect. You are right. So don't worry, as much as I can, I'm gonna help you in order to finish this properly without any problem. Okay?
Sure. Thank you, teacher.
Okay. Did you fill the pool? Yes, I just received it.
Yes, I did.
Perfect. So let's wait until midnight to send you homework, and then following the guidelines, we can work on this. And if there's any question while doing that, please send me a message to correct it, okay?
All right, teacher. Thanks.
Okay, so let's try to meet
Bye-bye.
next week. Have a nice weekend, Franklin.
Thank you, teacher. You too.
Thank you. Hi, Virginia. How are you? Can you listen to me?
Hi, teacher.
Hi, how are you? Everything's okay at this point, I think.
Yes, everything's okay. How are you?
Well, a little bit tired, but everything is going well. So let's have patience and work together tonight. Let me see. Did you have enough time to check the slides that we checked yesterday?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I cannot listen to you very well. You are so far, I think.
Yes, I had time to check the slides.
Perfect. Let me share screen. Let's start with your questions.
Okay. Well, I have some questions first about pronunciation.
Perfect. Do you have the number of the slide?
Yes. 19.
Could be this one.
For that one, I have one question. I didn't understand if there is a way to be comparing the two charts.
No, that's just a list.
Ah,
Some
just a
of
list.
them, yes, don't worry. For example, you can catch more emotional, could be as feeling more emotional. Just there are two ways of expression of the patients. No, don't worry.
Okay, I thought it was
For
a way
example,
to.
blurred vision. Yes, patients can say visual problems or blurred vision, that's all. But don't worry, in order you catch the both meanings in the columns, that's perfect.
Okay. Now in the slide 24.
24, okay. Is that okay, this one, or maybe another?
No,
Or this one?
that one.
Okay,
It,
perfect.
we have no,
Which one is the?
is the
Listen to
not the
you.
word. It's
I'm
here in the torso.
okay.
Cuneiform or cuneiform aquí, here.
Okay.
That word.
This one, right? No.
No, en tarsus.
The cuneiform.
Teacher, could you please
It's
repeat?
cuneiform, actually. I lost
Cuneiform.
It's cuneiform. Yes, yes, cuneiform. Similar to
Okay.
Spanish. Yes,
Oh,
cuneiform.
cuneiform.
Yeah.
And now, in the slide,
Here is my baby saying hello. Yeah. And that's why you might listen to her. She's my second baby. She's 2 years old.
Oh, only 2 years.
Yes. She's well, I have one more that is 1 year old, 2 small babies.
Two. Oh, it's so good.
Yes,
I love
patients
babies.
like twins. Yes, amazing babies. Sometimes they run me crazy, but it's great.
That's the most important.
Yeah.
Teacher, in the slide 28.
28. Okay. This one could be
The next one?
this one.
No, the next one.
The chalk stick. No.
Yes, I want to know the meaning of chopstick fracture.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I have it, but I didn't understand too much
Yes,
about it.
it's an American expression, chalk stick. Well, it's a kind of hip fracture when usually in oldies, in elderly people, that is taking calcium as a treatment because bones get not flexible, I think, right? Do you remember when in schools, in primary schools in the 90s, we used to use chalks for writing down that white chalks.
Oh.
That's tizas.
Okay. It's
Yes.
for the form.
Yes, the chalk stick is the way of calling this kind of fracture because the imaging, the x-rays are similar to that object.
Oh, okay.
So yes, this is the way that it gets broken. This fracture happens because they are the bone is so hard, and when it gets broken, it breaks like a chalk in a very nice line because it's extremely hard.
Okay. And teacher, it is only on hip fractures.
Yes, on hip fractures is the most common place to find it because calcium gets it better than in other bones. But you also can find it in humerus fractures.
And now I have another question in slide 39.
In slide 39.
Yes.
This one?
That one, yes. In the here EMT cannot be attached by EMT.
Okay, the EMT is the emergency medical technician. Even when we go to the in an ambulance in United States, well, in a lot of countries, doctors are not going there. Goes EMTs. EMTs is another career. They are paramedicos.
Okay.
Emergency medical technician.
It is the same as paramedic.
Yes. The way to call a paramedico in English is the EMT, the emergency medical technician.
And you also have another question. When I was seeing the muscles, I don't know
Okay.
the slide of the muscles.
Okay, you tell me where to stop.
The next one where is the all the muscles names.
On this, the anatomical landmarks, I think.
Yes, yeah, that one.
This
That
one.
one.
Okay.
Superficial. I was reading papers. So
Oh,
it came to my mind one question. If in medical terms, we also use eponyms. For example, in Spanish, we say tendones de la pata de ganso, not referring to hamstrings, but if we also use that terms in medical English.
for example, which term you told me? I couldn't listen to you very clear.
Oh.
Can you repeat your example?
Yes, yes. For example, in Spanish, we say tendones de la pata de ganso, referring to
Okay. That kind
sartorio.
of expressions. According to the structure, we can find some expressions like that for make it easier, like a mnemotechnic, I think. For example, the Achilles tendon, right?
So,
Hi.
hi, teacher, do you listen to me?
Yes, and not so clear. It sounds as if you were so far away.
I don't know what is.
Now, can you listen to me now?
Yes, I can listen.
Okay, the expressions that you are asking for in muscles or maybe another structures, we can find it in the anatomical books, that's correct. But during some of these presentations, I didn't add them for not making a mess, I think. That it's allowed. If I found a list of this, I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Okay.
For example, the Achilles tendon, you are going to find it here, but the tendons you were asking for are not at the moment here placed.
I was only asking for that because I have looking for another images like this one to study, to compare, and I didn't find another eponyms like that. So I have that question and I say maybe in medical English wouldn't use that time of terms.
Yeah, okay, let me look for, there are lists of this. And as much as I find, I'm going to be sending to the group, I think, or maybe to you, because nobody asked about them at this point, at any course. But don't worry, let me look for them and then I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So, is there any question? No, don't worry, it's very useful information that. So let me share you the pool in order to take attendance, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, can you watch the screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, dear. So Virginia, at this point, yes, everything is done. Yes. So I'm gonna send homework at the end of the workshop in around 2 hours. So in that way, please check the guidelines that are at the beginning and then solve it. If there's any question, you can send me a message by WhatsApp, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher. Good night.
I'm sorry. Okay, so see you Monday, dear. Have a nice weekend.
See you. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye. Hi, Hassel.
Good night, teacher. How are you?
Good night. Everything's fine. How are you?
Fine. Thank you, teacher.
Hi. I'm sorry, I got in cough at this point. It happens. Hi. Well, now my baby is belonging. Is sharing the workshop too. She's 2 years old and she's drawing, so there's no problem.
Oh, he sounds cute.
Ah, yes.
Hiya.
Yeah, she's saying hello.
Yeah.
He sounds cute.
Oh, thank you.
What is his
Well,
name?
She's Valentina.
Ah, it's a
Let
girl.
me turn on the camera. Let me show you. Hola.
She's beautiful.
Thank you so much. She's drawing on my list of the workshop, so I have to print it again.
Okay. Oh,
No, she's my baby, yeah. My
she's
small
really
one.
beautiful.
Yes, I have one baby more. My next baby, 1 year old.
Really? And it's a boy or a girl?
A girl. It's Michaela. Now it's with her father. They are expecting me. Valentina came to me because she was bored at the bedroom. Now she decided to come to say hello.
Okay. Oh,
Well, dear, from yesterday, from the slides, did you have enough time to check all the information?
yeah, maybe it's difficult to read the first part, the 4 types of 4 parts.
Okay, the grammar tips.
Yes.
Yes, they are just tips for catching the idea what we are talking about and make it easier how to deduct the meaning, I think. And well, about this, let me see which point do you want to start on?
Okay.
The word root, is that easy to catch the meaning while we are talking about this? Well, it's the most important part because there you catch what you are talking about, I think, and that's the basis of writing down the medical term or even any term you are going to use. In Spanish, we have a similar idea, but in college in Spanish, we don't have the same class about catching these meanings. So that's why it's not common to check these ways of writing down, of talking, and then we infer, we get the meanings during the career while reading and memorizing.
Yeah.
The word root, as I was telling you, cannot stand alone, needs a vowel to be combined, and according the prefix or the suffix, the meaning can change completely. These examples are clear about it because the word roots are showing us colors. And according to those colors, we can add the vowel and the suffix and get constructed the medical term, right?
The word root is always without, for example, in the color, it's without the last word, for example, the O.
Yes, without the last vowel, because that vowel It's
Without the
giving us
vowel.
a sense what we are talking about.
Okay.
For example, about this, when we talk, this is the word root, cranny, right?
Mhm. Right.
And according the suffix, you change it to cranium. Now you know
Mhm.
that you are talking about this noun, the cranium, but you
Mhm.
have the word root that is showing you the idea that something is going to be referred about school, right?
Okay.
No, is that easy to catch the meaning?
Yeah.
Another example, and the most common, gastro for stomach.
Mhm.
You know that if you just read the gastro like this, you know that it's something related to stomach, but there is without a sense, right?
Mhm. Right.
So you really need to add a suffix or a vowel to complete the meaning of this,
Okay.
right?
Right.
If you don't add the vowel or the suffix or the prefix, the word root gets alone without a sense, without a way to express the idea that it's looking for. That's why
Mhm.
it's important to take it in count. And according the suffix, you can deduct if it's a noun, an abnormal condition, if
Mhm.
it pertains to something, if it's a pathology, if it's a procedure, or it's well, of it needs an extra grammar rule, I think.
Mhm. Okay.
Now, is that clear?
Excuse me?
Is that clear? Is that okay now?
Yeah, it's clear. And I think that the rest is clear because it's a vocabulary. It's only a
Yes.
vocabulary.
Yes, just anatomical reviews, anatomical landmarks, few details about pathologies. Pathologies not too much because it's out of the objective to do that. And well, all of the homework is coming from this. I'm looking for some more vocabulary from the social English that we are used to talk, I think.
Mm-hmm.
This is very important, the common name and the anatomical name, because they give us the idea what we are going to understand from the patient speech, right?
Yeah, right.
We talk with our patients like this, in the common way, in the common name,
Mm-hmm.
but we have to talk between colleagues in the anatomical name, specifically in English. That's a rule between doctors, use anatomical terminology. In Spanish, we have the freedom to talk with the common names and there's no trouble. But in English, they don't consider it properly. It's, I think, a cultural situation, maybe.
Okay.
Well, fractures, I think, are clear. Maybe another question, or is everything okay at this point?
No, everything is okay at this point because the rest is a review.
Perfect. So let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, it's done. Can you watch the pool? Yeah, she's saying hello, yeah. She's learning how to speak. Not too much vocabulary.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for the
She
explanation,
understands,
teacher.
yeah, she understands everything you tell her. But while talking, she's not getting any confidence, I think. She just says hello, mama, papa, and then the crazy things, I think.
Ella habla lindo.
Yeah. Well, Giselle, at the end of the workshop, around in 2 hours, I think, I'm gonna send homework, okay?
Okay. The homework is for Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday.
No, Sunday midnight.
Ah, okay.
Yes, on the top of the file are all of the guidelines about the deadline, how to do it and everything. But if there's any question while checking the exercises, send me a message. That's okay, okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, okay, so everything is done. Well, we have 5 minutes more. Do you want to talk about something extra?
No, I think that it's clear. I don't
Okay.
have any question.
Okay, perfect. So if you
Oh,
prefer, we can go for staying for relaxing time. Yeah. And then we can meet on Monday, okay?
okay. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, so see you Monday, dear. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Have a great weekend too.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ciao. 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 Well, Hassel finished early, so give me some minutes to take Valentina to his father, and then I'm gonna come back, okay? I have 4 minutes. Yes, I'll be back in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good night, teacher. Teacher, good night.
Hi, Hugo. Good night.
Hi, good night. Nice
How
nice
was
to
your
see you.
day? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything okay. I just get stuck in traffic, so I couldn't get home at time. But everything is fine now.
Okay, perfect. So you're not at home, told me, right?
No, I'm not at home, but I can take the workshop now, right now. There's no problem for me.
Yes, that's great. Please don't miss your attendance.
No.
Perfect. According to that, did you have time to check the slides?
Yeah, I already have time to check the slides.
Perfect. Is there any question, something you would like to talk about?
Just more like about the signs and symptoms, about what the patient says. When we mention the symptoms that the patient say to us, it's always, we refer it always in past, right? I think.
Yes. Yes, always in past.
Always in past,
me-
right?
Okay,
What
if I
about
share a screen, can you watch it?
yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Give me, okay, it's sharing. I mean, this, right? The
Yeah,
presenting.
that one I have doubts, a little doubts. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so like it's like the patient refers abdominal pain. I said he presented to the ER with abdominal pain, right? Something like that.
Yes, could be said. That's a good sentence.
Okay, and what about what we find, the signs about we find in the patient? I have doubts about how we mention it to another colleague, or how we refer it in the file of the patient, in the patient's file.
Okay, the findings.
Yeah, the findings, exactly.
Okay.
We always refer it in past also, right?
Yes, everything in past, in the clinical history, the clinical report, case report, and everything. Why in past? Because the patient is not at the moment you are writing down or showing the case to someone else, and you are not evaluating again the patient at that moment.
Okay.
You are giving a speech from an event that you made in past, right?
Okay. That was my principal concern or doubt about yesterday's class.
Yeah.
Let's see, there was something else I want to ask to you. Let me see. Oh yeah, is there any difference when we refer in plural about the terminology, the medicine terminology about the suffix? I think it says there's a table.
Okay.
I remember that one.
This chart, right?
Yeah, the charts. Like we said, some words are in Latin, others in English. The plural and the present, when it's referred in Latin, there's any difference, or we can say it in both ways, in Latin, like plural and singular?
Well, actually, this chart is completely in English.
Okay. That's
So
only.
you have, for example, when we study the common English, the social English, we get some irregular verbs, irregular words, while writing down from singular to plural, right?
Right.
It's the same as in this case, the same
All right.
situation.
Okay.
Singular bursa, plural, the pronunciation is the same bursa, but the writing down way is changing because you add an E, and that's all. That's the only difference you get here. The pronunciation in this grammar tip is the same.
Oh, it's always the same. It's not. There's no difference in
Yes,
the pronunciation. Okay,
yes.
and
In
that's
this
only with
case,
the A, with the E, right?
yes. In this case, it's the same. For
Okay.
example, for this, you have arthritis, right?
Hmm?
In singular. I have one patient with arthritis. I have two patients with arthritis, or I have two arthritis.
All right.
So it depends. You have meningitis, meningitis.
Meningitis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's similar to Spanish with an open A. Like in Spanish, you said meningitis, arthritis, phalanges. You can see.
Yeah, I can see it right now.
Yeah. Diagnosis, metastasis. You said one organ with metastasis.
All right.
Organs in metastasis.
Okay. And so let's see. I think that about the rest of the class, I don't have any doubts. I think everything is
Okay.
clear. I think.
Okay.
Because
So
the rest is only a repass about the joints and muscles.
yes, is to check
Technology.
again. Is to check again and just catch the difference in vocabulary, I think, right? Because it's no new information.
No. It's only there are little words that change about English and Spanish.
Yes, you
I
are
think
right. So small details that are changing, no more.
yes, right. So let's see. What about the joints, bones, muscles, fractures? There's no doubts, I think.
Yeah, anatomical landmarks are clear, right?
No,
Anatomical.
they're very similar about in Latin. I
Yes.
tried 1 year of residency in traumatology, so those terms are very common.
Yes, so there's no trouble, right?
No, there's not much difference about in Spanish. I think the terminology in Latin helps a lot between English and
Yes.
Spanish.
Yes,
And
of
Latin.
course, it's the basis of our language. So it's easier to catch the meaning with that. About this, well, of course, it's easy, right?
Yes, that's very familiar for me. It's the same classification at Spanish, really.
Yes, actually, it's a worldwide classification. It's not going to change. Well, medicine is the same everywhere, except Asia. But
perhaps, but there's a lot of common, same
yes,
terminology, right?
they're just catching the meanings, and that's enough, I think. The important part, I think, is to catch how to work on these specific expressions and the way of writing down properly.
Yes. I have one question. What is there? Is there any good way or the best way to present to a patient, like introducing yourself? Because in the hospital that I work, I have a lot of patients that comes talk English and not much about Spanish. I have the presentation like, hi, good night, I'm Dr. Kwake, something like that. I think it's a little bit about the first class, but it's the first words that you say to a patient, because I can present myself like in a normal conversation about two people in the street or in a social meeting, but not at the workplace. I think I have a little trouble in that. I don't know if you can help me about how to make a conversation a professional
With
in
your
the professional
patients.
manner.
Yeah, actually, it's the same way to introduce yourself. There is no difference in English. You only have to be clear on your name, of course, and your specialty. That's all. And while breaking the ice, talking with the patient, we have, through this module 1, we are going to check some expressions about it.
Okay.
So at this point, with this point of starting, it's okay. But If you prefer, I can send you the slides previous to the rest of the group in order to check that information, because I think you need that that way of talking now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be, because there are expressions, because you can say in the way you were talking now, hello or good night, good evening, I don't know, and then my name is, it is Garcia in my case, I'm an emergencist, I'm gonna be in charge of your situation, and then you start asking for the principal, the main complaint.
The main complaint, what brings you into the hospital today is some of the
Yeah,
questions you
yes,
already teach us in the previous presentation, right? Okay, that's
perfect, yes.
one like little doubt about I had, because I paused a little when I started a conversation with a patient that doesn't speak in Spanish, right? But it's good to know. Thanks for the tip.
No, thank you so much. You're welcome. Let's work together for improving this. While practicing, you are going to catch your personal way of introducing, but don't worry. The way you are doing now here at the point, it's correct. There is not a specific way or rule or a specific tip to improve this part.
Okay, I think the main problem that we have, I think in Latin America, is practice, because there's a lot of patients that speak English that comes to our hospitals per se. But I think that can be resolved. These classes in English are helping me now, and I'm thankful for that.
Oh, perfect. No, thank you so much. Your interest is done there. That's important to check that you really are appreciating this job.
Yes, but I don't think I have more doubts right now. I think.
Okay. Okay, so let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yes, in order you're driving, so let's take care, please.
Yeah, there's no
Yes.
problem. I'm not driving. I'm just in the car in a I say parqueo in Spanish, in English,
In a parking.
In a parking lot. I'm in a parking lot right now.
Yeah.
So there's no problem.
Yeah,
Thanks
perfect.
for the concern.
Okay, thank you so much. So at the end of the workshop, I'm gonna send homework, okay? To the
Okay,
WhatsApp
perfect.
group. I'm gonna send a file, a PDF file with quizzes and assignments, of course. And at the top of the file, you got the guidelines, the deadline, how it has to be done and everything. But if there's any question, you can send me a message by WhatsApp, okay?
Okay, there's no problem. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Hugo. So the deadline is on Sunday midnight, just in case, okay?
Okay, Sunday midnight. Okay, perfect. There's no problem.
Perfect. So it's nice to talk to you, and see you Monday, okay?
Okay, see you on Monday today. Have a nice weekend.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, at this point, Hugo attended. Now we are waiting for Nelson Villalta. Let's wait a little bit. We are early because Hugo said he was without questions. It's his choice. Let's wait a little bit, please. I'll be back. Hi. Ay. Hi, Nelson. Oops, you are without microphone. I need a microphone. We have to talk.
Okay. Cairo?
Hello.
Hi, Nelson. How are you? Now you have a microphone. Yes, perfect.
Okay. I'm sorry for it's too late. I don't know why for my computer it's so slow.
Don't worry.
I'm
Don't worry. The
connecting with.
important fact is that you are here.
Okay, sorry. Oh, okay.
Okay, perfect. So, Nelson, did you have enough time to check the slides from yesterday?
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you have any questions, something you'd like to check again?
Not really. Maybe to the pronunciation, but it's the only to read more.
Okay, so let me see which slide you would like to start practicing.
Okay. Maybe the slide. Okay. The slide 17.
17, perfect. Is that okay, this one?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's see.
In the second Malaysia, I don't know what
Malays. Oh. Yes, it's Malays. Yes.
Oh, Malays.
Yes.
Okay.
In Spanish, malestar general, yeah. In English,
right.
Malays. Just one word, easier.
Yeah, feeling well, no?
Yeah. Yes, I don't feel good. I'm feeling unwell. Malays, enough. Like a resume, yeah.
But the name is to Malays is the same to the synonym, but the doctor said, though.
Yes, Malays is a medical term.
Okay,
So
medical term. And
every time you write down, you have to use the medical term.
Okay. And the other person and everything say to under and I feel well or I feel nothing. Okay.
According to the context, well, your patients are going to use these expressions: unwell, don't feel well, feeling of cold or less, expressions like that. But you have to remind that all of these expressions have just one meaning, that it's Malays.
Okay. Yes. Let me see in the slide. Okay. And 19?
This one?
Yes. The third one.
Perfect.
Thisness. Okay.
Thisness. It's like avoiding the second I. Thisness, right.
Oh, thisness.
Yeah.
And let me see another. No, box, no.
How do you pronounce this? Let me highlight this one.
And drowsiness?
No, this is drowsiness. No, this is drowsiness. It has to sound the I. It's different from dizziness and drowsiness.
Okay, drowsiness.
Yeah.
Drowsiness. And
The next
and
one.
what? And yeah, maybe in the 22. On
22. Bones. Overview.
And the third one is cartilage, right?
Yeah. Yeah, cartilage.
Cartilage. Okay. Yeah, right.
Okay, okay. The other one, do you remember the slides?
No, I think is everything okay.
Until this point, so it's clear, right?
Yeah, right. It's not totally agree.
Okay, perfect. We had grammar tips at the beginning of the class. Did you have time to check that? This chart specifically.
Okay, let me see. 12. Okay. No, verses. It burst is the first one is burst. Bursa.
Yes. Yes. Do you remember while learning social English could be said, we have irregular plural and singular forms, right?
Yeah, right.
It's the same with the medical terms. We have
Okay.
irregular and regular forms. There are irregular plural forms. Every medical term, for example, bursa and vertebra, the pronunciation is similar to Spanish, of course.
Yeah,
when
it's
you
similar.
pronounce, yes, when you pronounce bursa to plural, the pronunciation is the same, bursa. The difference is while writing down. One
it's right
bursa,
different.
yes, one bursa, two bursa. But writing down your report, you have to add the E to notice that it's plural.
Okay.
According to the context while talking, you are going to catch the idea when it's singular and when it's plural.
Okay.
The same way this, for example, one diverticulum, two diverticula.
Verticular, yeah.
Yes, one ovum, sounding the M, two ova.
Ova. Often.
Yeah, ova, ovum and ova. One alveolus, a group of alveoli, sounding the E. Similar to Spanish, the sound, alveoli, alveoli. You have one criterion. You have two or more criteria.
What is the difference to the term to L? Criterial. Criterial. Or criteria.
Criterial.
Yeah.
It's like a general idea, a general group of ideas, just. It's according to context and the new sentence. Taking criteria as a noun could be.
Okay, okay. Good. Sorry. Criteria.
No, that's a good question.
Yes.
Yes. Now this chart makes sense while practicing, but try to read this just for catching information and writing down properly, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other question at this point, maybe?
No, it's okay. Everything is okay.
Okay, perfect. So if you want, I can send you the poll now to take attendance.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have 4 minutes more. Do you want to talk about something extra? Well, now is your choice. It's your moment. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Maybe it's...
At the end of the workshop, around midnight, I'm gonna send the homework, okay?
Okay, it's okay. Maybe in the
by WhatsApp, please. But if there's any question while yes, I think in 1 hour more while finishing, I have the file done, but I need to finish the workshop first to send to the group all the homework.
Okay.
According to the answers you send me back, following the guidelines, the deadline and everything, I'm gonna send you back the answer sheet, okay? The key answer to check your answers to the book answers in order to study, to check the differences and improve.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So now it's your choice. If you want, we can talk about something extra, or if you prefer, we can stay. Yeah, we can go on. Now it's your choice. That's okay.
Okay. And I don't know, maybe and you study in Cuba, right?
Yes.
The medical general med.
Yeah, the college I made in Cuba.
Okay.
Everything there.
How many years is in Cuba? Medicine in Cuba.
6 years as the rest of the world. But the difference is when you come back to your country, well, for example, in Bolivia, you have to take the internship again. So it's
1 year.
like, yes, 1 full year.
I think it's the same to the Cuba medical to study in Cuba and to return to El Salvador. You have to extra year to internship.
Yes. Well, actually, it's useful because when you come back to your country, you have to get used about the social service, the public health system, right?
Yeah.
And if you just finish and start working, no, it's not possible.
I don't know why the system is have it to do extra year. I don't know, maybe to balance. I don't know. I don't know why.
Yes, it's different.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nelson, everything is done. Please don't be scared by my file, yeah. And if there's any question, don't worry about sending by WhatsApp messages asking for it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so see you Monday. Have a nice weekend.
See you, you too. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. Hi, Ledixa. How are you? Can you listen to me?
Hello. Yeah, I'm finding you.
I'm a little tired, but it's our job. Yeah, let's go ahead.
It's almost weekend.
Yes, we have to go. That's great. We have the chance to continue. So let me see. Did you have enough chance to check the slides from yesterday?
Yeah, but I have to say it was a lot of information than the first one.
Yes. Yes, the
Yes.
first one is an extra information that I decided to add because it's important to get the grammar tips for understanding the meanings.
Yeah, it's essential. But only I think it's all practice. Once you repeat the words and repeat it, you get it. So
yes,
it's not the first time that I'm gonna read this slide.
Yes, read as much as you can because lots of vocabulary is there, and well, we need to get on practice on this because all the homework is focused to prepare you to the final test of module 1. That's why it's useful.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, from this point, do you have any question you would like to check again?
Yeah, I have a few. But I have the first one in the I think when we see the gastrointestinal symptoms is in the first slides. We have globus.
Do you remember the slide?
Yeah, let me tell you. I have it. It's in the 18.
18, okay.
Yeah.
This one? Yes.
Yeah, that one. In the gastrointestinal symptoms of the globus lump in the
Yes.
throat, I did not get quite that. How the patient is going to tell me that and what does it refer to? Because when I translate it, it's just like it's like a like a bowl. If I try to use the word lump, it's like a bowl. But
Yes.
if I
It's a
translate it,
mass.
the lump in the throat, mass, a
Yes.
lump in the throat, it seems like a tide in the throat, you know, like you are going
Yes,
to
it's a
cry.
lump. It's a lump that is tight, that is closing the throat. The patient describes it as if something is stuck on the place.
Okay.
And they tell you, I ate, for example, I ate some fish and I feel that one rib is stuck on my throat. Please check this. And actually, when you try to check that, sometimes you can watch the lump as a first view.
Oh, okay.
In
So
other situations, you need an endoscopy to check the throat, all the structures, and then you find the lump. It's a mass.
Okay, so we can refer to like any strange object, because I was thinking it was only like if you have like a lymphadenopathy, or it can be like a strange.
No, actually, when you talk about a globus, a lump in this position is for the gastrointestinal specialist, the gastroenterologist, because they have to make the enteroscopy and find where the lump is done. Now, if certainly it's burning in that place, or maybe from another place, and add it to that structure.
Okay, so and if can I refer like if I have a hypertrophic amygdala, can I refer to it as a lump in the throat or no?
As a what? A lump? No. A lump is from the vocal cords.
Okay.
Going away, going down, I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you can find a lump passing from the vocal cords. It's not possible to watch this. If you have a swelling of amygdalas, it's not possible to refer this as lumps.
Okay.
There are different structures.
Okay, that's the question that I have. I think maybe you can refer to it, but you say no, so okay. For the vocal cords down. Okay. Down.
Okay, another slide maybe.
And let me tell you, I think it was. I can't remember the slide, but it's feeling like a fog. The next slide.
Okay, this one?
Yeah. The feeling like a fog. I do not get that.
Feeling like in a fog.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes, well, here in Bolivia is very common. When you go to the pathway and there's a rainy day, and folks go down and everything is without clear vision.
Okay.
Sometimes our patients have a situation in eyes or brain that they are with the same feeling, and they describe that they are watching everything like in fog, like as if they were among clouds, similar to blurry vision, but they feel that something is heavy on their shoulders in fog.
Okay. And it's like a medical term to it, or
no, it's a patient expression.
It's a patient expression. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But if I can translate it like to a terminal medical, how can it be a blurry vision or how?
It's
How can
actually it's a sensation, feeling like a fog. Let me see the chart, please. Could be related to lethargy because they are numb, they are mentally not with not clear ideas, could be said. We need to look for the specific medical term, but feeling like foggy, feeling like in fog is that situation when you feel that you are among a cloud, you cannot
Okay.
watch clearly, you feel that kind of weather, I mean. And
Okay.
that's all, or mentally foggy is the same expressions that are
Yeah.
giving you the same idea.
Okay.
And
Okay.
let's look for the meaning and let me check. And when I find it, I'm gonna send it to you by a message, okay?
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that the only one I had in the yeah, I write it down this like when we see the difference between the cast and the cast and the cast
That's,
and the spleen,
yeah,
the slide
yes,
29.
yes.
Yeah. What does the word EMT means?
Okay, it's an abbreviation of our allied professional, emergency medical technician.
Okay, yeah.
We have a specific presentation talking about these abbreviations about allied professions, but now we need to check that EMT is the emergency medical technician is the one who goes in the ambulance to make the
Okay.
first attendance to the patient. They are not
Like
doctors.
like the first rescue. Sorry.
Yes, this could be the rescue. Rescue is like a team. It's the colloquial way, the common term about the EMT.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I get it. So it's like the first. The other one I had is in the slide 29 when we see the parts of our radiography of a fracture.
This one?
Yeah, that one. The buckle of a fracture.
Yes.
Yeah. What is?
Okay, the buckle is the when you get a fracture, an incomplete fracture, a green stick in this case, you have the surface of the fracture with its evolving the periosteum. It gets an hematoma between the bone and the periosteum, right?
Yeah.
That increase in amount, that size amount, I don't know. That swelling is the buckle.
Okay, like a bulging.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, it is always just in incomplete fractures. Fractures, sorry.
Yes, so in fractures that can develop the buckle, it happens. For example, here you have again the buckle. It's not so clear, but here you have the buckle.
Can be like in compression fractures, maybe.
Yes, they can be said like that. The buckle is the inflammation, this volume just.
Okay, inflammation. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I have.
Okay, there are no more questions.
No, I think that's the one that take my attention more.
No, don't worry. Please keep on studying and reading, and that's enough. Because at this point, we are with lots of anatomical reviews and landmarks.
Yeah, I was sitting with Virginia, because she's a friend of mine.
Okay.
That we feel like we are studying medicine all over again, but now in English.
Yes, it's helpful because, you know, the vocabulary changes a lot between lots of terms. And
Yeah.
as I was telling you, as much as you can study in Latin, it's gonna be easier to make the translation.
Yeah, and it's repeated. The thing that I was doing, you know, I was writing the whole word and like separate it in the word root, if you have a prefix or a suffix, and I can quite get that in that form, but it's practice and repeat and repeat and repeat.
Yeah, repeat, practice, read, write down. If you
Write
have the
down.
chance to listen podcasts for practicing listening is better. On Spotify, there are lots of podcasts about anatomical landmarks.
I can look for that's a good idea. Yeah. 'Cause if you
Yes, I
listen,
found
you
that by an
learn.
accident. There are a lot of people that are sending podcasts with anatomical details, or maybe pathological situations. Well, basic vocabulary, but very useful in order to improve listening and, of course, speaking.
Yeah. Listening is very helpful to learn. I'm gonna look for that podcast.
No, write down as much as you can. Write down, for example, the names
Yeah,
of the
write down.
pathologies. Let's go to the chart. When we talk about pathologies, we have to consider that, of course, they are similar to Spanish because we have the same language word root, right? We have the same beginning of our languages. But while writing down in English changes, a vowel is important. Changing the I for Y, it changes all the way you are writing down. That's why it's important to write down to practice these charts. Maybe there are not all of the situations, the pathological situations, but at least they're the most important, I think, and the most common.
Yeah. I'm gonna practice in that. It's a
Yeah.
must.
In English, at the beginning, it becomes a mess because we said, what's going on? What's happening? Why they are changing an easy I for a Y.
Yeah.
Why they add H every part of the word, right?
Yeah.
But writing down is the best way to memorize these rules.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. That's all I have.
They're all perfect. If there are more questions while writing down answering the homework, please let me know, okay? Send me a message and we can work about it.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay. Today, while finishing the workshop, I'm gonna send the file to the group, to the WhatsApp group. There on the top of the file, you are going to find the guidelines. Yes, the homework.
The homework, okay.
Yes, you're going to see it's a nice homework, but there are lots of exercises, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Yeah, okay. I will. Tomorrow there's no class, right?
No, until from Monday to Thursday. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are almost free because that days I set homework.
Well.
But that's great. Well, thank you, Ledixa. It's nice to see you.
Thanks to you. Have a good night and a good weekend.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great weekend too. Bye-bye. See you Monday.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Hi, Paula.
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good night. Can you listen to me clearly?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, in order we were talking at the beginning. Yeah. Now, did you have time to check the slides?
Yes, the first I don't know how can I say diapositivas.
Slides.
It's like, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, from the first presentation, I think, the Monday class.
Yes.
Okay, let me open the file and then we can check it. Because I know
Okay.
you couldn't attend.
Okay.
Okay, it's opening. Give me a minute, please. Did you have enough time to check everything? Because it's not a long presentation. I am sorry, but there you have lots of vocabulary. Okay, can you watch my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, let me know which slides your questions are. Okay, can you watch my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead from this point. You tell me where do you want to stop? These meanings are clear.
I have a confusion,
Okay.
but when I read each definition, I think maybe it's clear.
Okay, let's clear on this. Did you catch the meaning about sickness?
I think sickness is when the people is sickness for me is I don't know how can I say sickness is vomitar or no?
Actually, sickness, according to the context, could be nausea and vomiting. But when we get this bigger meaning, we have to check that sickness is that situation when your body can solve the body problem. I mean, when you get a common flu, a cold, do you go to the doctor to take an appointment? Hi, Paula.
Yes.
Yes, well, to the sickness, you go to the doctor and the doctor check and said that it's just a flu, don't worry. He gives you paracetamol and tells you take lots of hot water, right?
Yes.
Is that your life on risk?
No.
No risk, right? And while relaxing, taking time for your body is going to fight against the infection, the viral situation, and it's going to win because there's no problem, right?
Exactly. But if I have a traduction for sickness, what is the traduction?
Well, it's not clear that point because sickness, illness, and disease in Spanish means enfermo.
Exacto.
The difference is the context, what we are talking about. A sickness, a situation when your life is not in risk. And it's different because you can take some safe medication, could be said, natural medication, natural remedies, tea and lemon, and that's enough, for example. Could be chamomile, and that's perfect. But with an illness and a disease, the difference is that you need drugs, you need medication.
Okay.
With an illness is that situation, for example, like gastroenteritis. You have diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, fever, abdominal pain, right?
Yes.
Of course, you are not going to stay at home with a very great diarrhea or fever, right? You're going to go to the emergency room or maybe to your personal doctor, right, to be evaluated. According to the evaluation, the doctor says or asks, it's better said, the doctor asks about some lab tests, right, in blood maybe, or the feces, who knows. And then according to the results, your doctors tells you that you are into an infection, right?
Exactly.
And then he makes the recipe with antibiotics, painkillers, fluids, liquids, I don't know, right?
Yes.
An illness, it's almost, well, could be called an acute situation that is not sending your life into risk. It's a situation when you need antibiotics, analgesics, fluids, I don't know, and it's possible to get admitted at the hospital in order to solve the situation in a short period of time. I mean, with short period of time that could be 7 days, 10 days, 14 days, I don't know. But it's not that you are going to continue the rest of your life with the gastroenteritis, right? Because with the medication, you solve the situation completely. There is a solution, right?
Exactly.
In a disease, there's no solution at the beginning.
Okay.
It could be called a chronic situation, could be said, when you need to be evaluated by an specialist or the expert of that topic in order to define the treatment that you are going to take the rest of your life. For example, in diabetes, you know that in diabetes something is wrong in the physiological processes, right?
Yes.
So when we talk about a disease, a physiological or psychological process is deteriorating, is in dysfunction, and you need medication to help the body control that situation. That's all.
Okay.
For example, you have the POTS disease, right? The POTS syndrome.
Yeah. Could you repeat the last word, please?
Yes, yes. For example, talking about disease, you have the POTS disease. Do you remember what is talking about, the POTS disease?
POT disease. Mal de pot or no?
Yeah, mal de pot in Spanish. But in English, it's POTS disease.
Ah, okay. Es una tuberculosis.
Yes, a vertebral column tuberculosis, right?
In a cervical area.
Yeah, could be in the cervical or lumbar, well, any part of the vertebral spine, right?
Okay.
The
Yes.
vertebral column has the capability to be attached by the tuberculosis, right?
Okay.
This situation has a definitely solution. I mean, the bone comes back to the previous state.
Now, these people or this person need a hospital and the treatment, and I don't remember how can I say tratamiento, treatment.
Yes, the treatment could last the rest of your life. It's not a closed idea, right?
Right.
And you have
Yes.
a crisis between periods of being well and then you feel unwell, but it's because the pulse of disease is going ahead or is under control, right?
Right. Yes.
So it's important to catch the difference in definitions about sickness, illness, and disease, because according to that, it's going to be your, I can say, is going to be how you are evolved in the American context while talking.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, perfect. So let me ask you, COVID-19 is an illness or a disease?
I think it depends.
It depends on
But
the consequence, right?
if I think it's a young people, is illness. If the person is older people or have another disease like diabetes, I think is I think
For
the COVID disease.
example, the Lyme disease, right? The Lyme disease has no cure. You need medication to control the symptoms the rest of your life. The same as in diabetes, the same as in hypertension.
Yes.
So according to the medication you are receiving, the relief is going to stay for years. But if you leave away the treatment, all the symptoms are coming back, right?
Right. Mhm.
Is it clear now?
Yes, clear.
Perfect. Okay. Any other question, maybe?
No, but in this another term, o término, no sé, perdón, enfermo.
Okay.
Si busco una definición, me dice, o sea, es más o menos parecido, ¿no? Pero ahora ya entiendo las diferencias. Sí, ahora ya entiendo las diferencias. Gracias.
Hello?
Sí.
Is there any other question? You were asking for the meaning about enfermo, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. The meaning is simple. It according to the context, according how the patient is talking, he can tell you, I feel unwell. That's all. I feel sick. But when they say I feel sick, they can give us the idea about something different, or they can tell you, I'm in fever, I'm in pain. When they know their diagnosis, they tell us, well, I have this disease and then I'm in crisis. Because it's different the way. And a specific word, actually, I didn't realize, I didn't found never an expression that can tell me that the patient is enfermo.
Okay, yes.
Did you find one of them, an idea maybe?
Un ejemplo, ¿verdad?
For example, you were talking about this. I feel sick, right?
Yes.
When you say, oh, you listen, I feel sick, the patient can refer to nausea and vomiting, or maybe nausea, or maybe vomiting, or the sensation that something is wrong, but he's not sure what's going on. It's a very, very great term because it has lots of meanings. And now it depends on you how to get in context or how to catch information from the patient and get the meaning.
Okay. I think it's very, ¿cómo sería? No específico, ¿no?
No, it's non-specific. Sickness is the same of illness, almost the same, but not, of course.
Yeah.
With illness, you can get the proof that you are on infection maybe or another situation because you require lab tests and an extra evaluation, a doctor to check you up. But for
Okay.
sickness, usually we don't go to make an appointment or to the emergency room because we know that the situation is not so hard, not difficult to solve. It's now, well, it's a general idea about this a huge term, right?
Right, I understand.
Okay, let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And go ahead at this point. So we are going to do this at the end of the workshop in around 40 minutes. I'm gonna send homework, okay?
Okay.
So according to that, homework is from slides of Monday and no slides of Wednesday. So check all of them, and if there's any question, you can send me a message, okay? By WhatsApp.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Paola, so let's meet on Monday, okay?
Okay, bye.
Bye, have a nice weekend. Hi, Clara. Clara Abigail.
Yes, hi teacher, good night.
Good night, how are you?
Fine teacher, thank you.
Perfect. Everything okay, right?
Yeah, already.
Great. So in the order, did you have enough time to check all the material I sent?
I tried to check almost everything because like the vocabulary was very like, there were too many new words for me. So I tried to cover everything, the most that I could.
Okay, as much as you can. Perfect. But
Yeah.
you check at least part of this. Do you have any specific question?
At the moment, I understood almost everything, thankfully, because like, as I told you before, I was like, for me, lots of words were like new, so
yeah,
I am trying to memorize them.
Okay, perfect.
So I can remember them.
Okay, that sounds great. Do you have the slide or a detail we would like to talk about?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. Hi. Can
Yes,
you listen
teacher.
to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right.
do you have a specific slide to start talking?
Well, mostly where I had some doubts were about the pronunciation of the like word parts. I don't know what number of slide is it.
Okay, let's go from that part. You tell me where to stop, okay?
Okay. I think it's slide 23.
23. Okay.
Yeah.
This one?
This one.
Okay. Well, always we start studying systems and organs and everything with anatomical landmarks. I send you this overview showing you the major structure, related combining form and primary functions in order to catch vocabulary. But the word parts are showing us the prefixes, the word roots, and the suffixes, right? From this one, which one is in confusion, I think?
Like, I don't know how to pronunciate like not all of them, but for example, the one that is the one that starts with K is
Okay, Kifo.
yeah, that one.
For example, well, Kifo. Let me enhance the idea.
Okay.
Kyphosis, cervical dorsal kyphosis. In Spanish, we say kyphosis.
Mm-hmm.
In English, you said kyphosis.
Oh, so you pronounce like key.
Yep, kyphosis.
Okay, that was my question because I didn't know it was like how to pronounce the K.
No, in this case, because of the consonant that is going, the Y, you pronounce kyphosis, kyph.
Okay, teacher. Yeah, that was one of the questions that I had. I didn't know how was the pronunciation of that one.
Okay. And from here, is there any other question?
Then I didn't have any other question. As I told you, I tried to cover and study most of the material, and I understood most of them.
Okay, perfect. So let me see. In this chart, any doubt you think about pronunciation?
Also, when it's plural, for example, the vertebra, you say vertebrae or just vertebra?
No, I understand. But let's go to the chart. It's going to be easier to show you. It's a rule, a grammar rule. Here, right?
Yeah. How do you pronounce the plural of vertebra?
It's the same. The difference is by writing down vertebra and vertebra. When you catch the amount of vertebra while talking, but when you write down your report, you add the E at the end.
Okay, so you don't pronounce the E?
No, never.
Oh, okay.
Never. For example, you have the in heart, los cordones tendinosos, right? In English, es tendinal corda.
Okay.
While writing down, you write down cordae, the same as this grammar rule. So
okay.
Now it's clear. That detail is important while talking.
Yeah, because that was also like a pronunciation issue that I had. Also with the ending metastasis, for example, you also pronounce metastasis, the plural, or
no? For example, with metastasis, you said one metastasis, two metastases, with an open A like in Spanish.
Okay. Okay. And when you with the word arthritis, also with an open E?
Yes, arthritis.
Arthritis.
No, not arthritis, I'm sorry. Arthritis, arthritis.
Okay, arthritis. Okay, now I got it. Okay, that
grammar rule is clear, right?
Yeah.
If I show you this, where's my pointer? Okay, this. How do you pronounce this?
That is like phalanx.
Yes, phalanx. But going to plural?
Phalanges.
Perfect. So you can see This chart is showing you the endings and some examples to catch where to apply this grammar rule, okay?
Okay.
So while writing down, reading, and practicing, you are going to catch it easier and easier and easier again, and it's going to be like a custom.
Yeah, because mostly I have trouble like with the pronunciation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to make that mistake if I'm talking with another doctor and like
Yes,
not
that's a
try
good point
to
of view.
make myself.
Or maybe make a mistake while writing down, right? You have the key, so let's use this. Here you
Yeah.
have just a few examples, but there's a lot of situations when you don't have to avoid or to forget these grammar rules.
Okay. So I can also make like a little chart so I can like, try to memorize.
Okay.
Okay.
Oops, my internet is failing a little bit. No, so
worry.
keep on practicing, keep on writing down. That's the best advice I can give you. And always check this grammar rule, the same as the grammar with the double R. This grammar rule is important too.
Okay.
Okay, any other question maybe?
And just the pronunciations, because I understand most of the words, but I don't know how to pronunciate them. I'm trying to also try to memorize.
Okay, more than memorize, there are rules for pronunciation too. I'm not sure where I have them, but as soon as I get them, I think I can send it to you, okay?
Okay, teacher.
So patience.
Okay, teacher. I will also try to like see videos or something, like to also try to get myself used to the medical talking.
Okay. Instead of videos, why don't you listen to podcasts?
No.
There are a lot of podcasts talking about medical terms on Spotify, for example.
Okay. I will search for them then, so I can also learn.
Yes, they're going to be so useful, I think. Okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Okay, so let me send you the poll to take attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay. This workshop, we have 4 students that are absent. So I'm going to correct again the workshop, the role, the schedule, and you are going to become around 1 hour earlier. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a matter.
So let's do this. While finish, I'm going to change it again because I don't have any reason for them to be absent. And well, as I told you, we are going to correct it as much times as we need in order to work properly, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Thank you for your attendance, and check on Spotify. I found lots of podcasts with good pronunciation.
Okay.
So you can try to look for them and practice with that. It's going to be helpful for you, I think.
Okay, I will search for them.
Okay. So I think that's all. So have a great night and have a nice weekend, okay? See you Monday, dear.
You too. See you.
Please don't forget, I'm gonna send homework at the end in around 15 to 20 minutes. Please complete all of the exercises, and if there's any question, please let me know. I understand you because of job. No, you were in all the classes. I'm confusing on my list. Well, don't worry. any questions, send me a message and then we can solve it, okay?
Okay, teacher. Thank you. Bye,
Okay,
teacher.
you're welcome. So see you Monday.
See you, teacher.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Carlos Daniel, can you listen to me?
Hi, teacher Emily. Yes,
Hi, how are you? How was your day?
I'm great, teacher. Thanks. And you?
Well, very long day, I think, but we are here. We are almost finishing.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you, yes, just the previous workshop you didn't attend, right? But you were on the theoretical classes.
Yes, because I was working the in Tuesday. Yes,
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Bolivia, teacher.
Okay,
I live
in
in
which?
Sucre.
In Sucre, perfect. You are a
Yes.
general practitioner, a specialist, I don't know.
Yes, I don't know what do you say. I think it's internal medical.
No, I mean,
Or
general practitioner is the medical general.
yes, internal medicine. Medicine
You are
internal.
internist. You are a
Yes.
specialist.
Yes, teacher.
Good. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm asking for this information because it's the way I must focus on homeworks and clinical cases we have to work on. According to your specialty, it's going to be easier for you to catch how to write down properly.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, perfect.
The symptoms.
Yes, it's a great branch, your career. So at this point, I think it's a good point of view to start talking. And well, checking the theoretical classes, do you have any questions, something you would like to check now?
Yes, teacher, I have a question about the meaning of the illness, disease, and sickness.
Yeah, the difference on that, right?
Yes, because the Google Translate, the meaning is similar of Spanish.
Yes.
The three words.
Yes. The difference is in context. I mean, when you let me share the screen to talk about it. Can you watch my screen now?
Yes, now yes.
Okay, when you talk about these meanings, sickness, illness, and disease, well, if you go to translation as you were looking for, you're going to find that they are similar, but according to the context, according to the meaning in English, it's not the same. They have a practical way of classification, could be said, to understand the clinical condition of the patient. Sickness is that situation where you don't really need to make an appointment with the doctor, or maybe you don't make a lab test or take a long or antibiotics or a long treatment. It's a situation that your body can solve by itself without any consequence. I mean, like a common flu, right?
Okay.
A sickness passes away in a short period of time, a week around, and there is no trouble.
For example, teacher, a headache, maybe?
Well, according to the situation, a headache could be, but a headache is not, it's a symptom actually. An illness, it's a pathology that it's without a risk in life, like a common flu, a cold, or something like that.
Okay.
An illness could be, for example, a gastroenterology, a gastroenteritis, because you have fever, abdominal pain, diarrhea, maybe vomiting, you know, right? When you have all of these symptoms, you don't stay at home and expect for a solution. You look for some help. And then according to that lab tests, according to the evaluation of a doctor, you get that you are on an infection, right?
Yes, teacher.
According to that infection, you receive a treatment with antibiotics, fluids, liquids, I don't know. It could be last for 7 to 14 days, maybe, or maybe you are admitted at the hospital, but you receive all the treatment, all the care you need, because your body is in trouble for solving the solution. What's the difference? When you finish the treatment, you recover completely without any consequence. There is no trouble. You went to the infection, and now you got recovered without any trouble, right?
Yes,
From a
teacher.
gastroenteritis, you finish antibiotics, and there are no consequences. You can come back to your life without any trouble, right?
Yes. Yes, teacher.
In a disease, well, oh, of course, an illness, I'm sorry, can be called an acute situation that with treatment is solved. It has a cure. There is no solution. Something is wrong in your body function. The physiological process is in dysfunction, is failing. There is no solution. You take medication to control the problem, not to solve, not to make a cure. For example, in a diabetes is a disease because you take all the medication to control the blood sugar levels, but you cannot cure the diabetes, in fact, right? For catching the correct treatment, you need the opinion of a specialist. You need to make lots of studies, labs tests, blood tests, samples, I don't know. According to that, you get a diagnosis, and then the disease is going to stay with you the rest of your life, right? That's
For
the
example, teacher, sorry, the high blood pressures, maybe?
Yes, could be. Could be the
Okay.
high blood pressure. There is no solution for that. We just take medication to control the blood pressure, right? If we leave the medication, the blood pressure gets worse. That's the point.
Okay, teacher.
Now it's clear the difference?
Yes, I think the sickness is only in the moment. A
Yes.
moment. Yeah.
Yes, a moment, a very short period. Could be a headache if you were, for example, watching the cell phone too much hours and then you start with a headache. You leave the cell phone, sleep for a period of time, and then you wake up without the headache. That's a sickness.
Okay,
Or maybe if you eat something that is rotten, could be said, it's in bad state, and then makes you go with diarrhea to the bathroom, then you pass away this situation and everything is okay. That's a sickness.
Okay, teacher. It's clear.
Now you catch the difference. It's according to the context. For example, if you talk about COVID-19, is that an illness or a disease?
Now, on today, I think illness.
Yes, of course, always it's an illness. You receive treatment to control symptoms and malaise and everything, but you don't cure because it's a virus that passes away, but you need medication and the correct diagnosis with lab tests to be sure to ensure that you are in that situation. It becomes a disease according to the consequences that maybe you can get from that infection, right? And the disease are the consequences, not the COVID, in fact. Okay, I think now it's clear, right?
Yes. Yes. How do you say fibrosis pulmonar in English? I think
Pulmonary fibrosis.
Sorry, teacher.
Pulmonary fibrosis.
Pulmonary.
Yes. Pulmonary fibrosis.
Okay, pulmonary fibrosis. It's a disease.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's completely a disease.
The
There
treatment
is
is
no way to. Yes, the pulmonary fibrosis is not being solved, right? You only control the situation with medication, but it has the tendency to become worse through the time, okay?
okay, teacher.
That's why it's a disease. Disease has no solution. That's the
It's
worst part.
I don't know how do you say. I think it's a chronic pathology.
Yes, perfect. Well done. It's a chronic pathology, chronic situation could be said.
Chronic situation. Okay, teacher. It's
Okay,
clear.
perfect. That's this mess that making English is always getting confusion, right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
don't worry.
teacher.
So now you catch the idea, and that's perfect.
Yes, teacher. Thanks. Because the Google Translate is confused, and
Yes.
that's the word.
It's actually for catching these meanings, I had to read a lot and get introduction and look for in medical books, because even in medical books in English, this way of explanation is not so clear. And while looking and looking and looking, I found this chart and it's clear. And I said, okay, that's the one I'm going to use.
Yes, teacher. I'm sorry. There is a medical vocabulary book.
Actually, I have a dictionary that I'm going to send to the group for helping you to solve homework.
Okay, teacher.
Moreover, there are lots of medical terminological books, but at this moment, I don't advise you to start watching them because they can be so confusing. And the moment it could be properly, I'm going to send it to the group for everybody, okay?
Okay, teacher. Thanks.
It's going to be so helpful, I think. There are books for lots of exercises, but you need this basis to understand how to read that, because you need to check the grammar tips I sent in the second slide presentation. The grammar tips with the prefixes, suffixes, word root, and everything like that. You need to catch that ideas in order to understand that books.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, is there any other question?
No, teacher. That was, it's clear now.
Okay, with that definitions, I think we can start. So I sent you the poll to take your attendance, okay?
Okay, teacher.
According to that, please, I'm gonna send the homework in around 30 minutes, please, to the WhatsApp group. So complete this until Sunday midnight. Of course, all the guidelines are in the file. So you are going to check all of this information. But if there's any question, send me a message by WhatsApp and then we can solve it, okay?
Okay, teacher.
So don't worry about it and let's go. Let's continue.
I'm finished, teacher. Sorry.
Yes, we are on time. Let me ask you something. How your frequency on shifts is defined, or do you have a specific day for being on shift?
Sorry, teacher. Your audio
It's not okay.
corta mucho. Sí.
Okay, let me correct this. Okay, let me see if it's better now. Can you listen to me clearly?
Yes, teacher. Yes. Now,
It's
yes.
better now?
Yes, yes, teacher. Now, yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So let me see. About your shifts, how we can work on this? Are they just on Tuesdays, or do you have rotating shifts?
I sorry, teacher, I don't understand ship.
Okay, the shift is the turno, la guardia.
Okay. Yes, si prefiero dotar el horario, tal vez, me dijo. Teacher,
No,
no
no,
estoy
no,
entendiendo.
sino que cada cuánto está de guardia, doctor, para más o menos ver la cuestión de ausencias o de trabajo, para no ponerle todas las faltas que puedan ser perjudiciales.
Ok, no hay un día específico, teacher. Va variando. A veces hago cada 2 días o 3 días. Pero voy a intentar ahora, desde ahora, en lo posible, estar ya en las clases
Ok. Si entra
individuales
de
y las
guardia,
grupales.
doctor, así de seguido, y realmente no se logra conectar, mándame un mensajito diciéndome, estoy de guardia y listo, para tomar en cuenta y no ponerle ausencia, cosa que no pierda
Exacto,
parte del puntaje de la clase, ¿ya?
exacto, teacher. Así va a ser.
Ah, ok. So, con todo esto entonces, Doc, el lunes pues ya nos vemos en la clase teórica.
Yes, teacher. See you Monday.
Okay, see you Monday. Have a great weekend.
Bye, teacher.
Bye-bye. Well, everything is done. Everybody came. I'm running mad. At the beginning, the students were not present. For example, Fabiana Amaya, Grace Chamorro, she didn't tell me anything. And Erika Vasquez, she didn't tell me anything. The only one who gave me a reason is Maria Tatiana de Ugarte. She's traveling because of an emergency, but there's no trouble. So we finished everything, and in 5 minutes I'm